just needs his running brackets up here. For this first game, A's and B's are on top, B's and C's are on the bottom. As you move there, you can pull on the lane, that's your speed wheel, and they all should follow you as well. So just a reminder, we're going to 6 games, then we'll take a short break, have a little lunch, and then finish the rest of the day with 5 more, and then a position round before we both top 5. I just want to thank everybody for making the trip. Make sure everybody has a safe ride home today. We ended up with 309 entries, which is 40 more than we've ever had. So thanks to everybody for making the trip up. You guys should be good to go.
ADs are on top, BCs are on the bottom. A and B are on tops. Sean, hold on, Sean. A and B are on top. A and B. BC on bottom, yeah. And if you look at your sheets, it tells you who's around.
Nice guy. sucks. Yeah, he's.
Miss him. He doesn't see the guy out here. you, baby. My God.
Exactly. Everything usually is going in front of it.
yesterday, when the transition came, things started to get pretty interesting. The ball was reading immediately. It was tight down lane. It got very difficult. So it will be today imperative. The bowlers that are going to be at the top, they're going to have to move left quickly. And I think the first people who move left are the people who are going to have the advantage. Getting the right ball in their hands, moving left at the right time. Those people that as the day moves on, move toward the top. Just because of what we saw in the transition yesterday, as I said, it got very difficult late in the day. Now there are only 2 players in the lane today, whereas the qualifying is 3, so it shouldn't break down quite as quickly. But I do expect to see some tough sledding as we get into the midpoint of the day. So thank you again for tuning in to 406 Streaming. I hope you enjoyed this. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. Also, thank you to all of the bowlers that came from Canada and the Northwest. It's been a great tournament to this point, even without some of the usual suspects. Jill and Daria and Alex and Nick and Gerald, some of those people there down in Las Vegas right now preparing for the Westminster Masters. The unfortunate dates this year, there's some overlap there, so it caused them to miss this tournament. But even without them here, we still have great bowlers. It's going to be a wonderful day of bowling. And hopefully they put on a show for you. I am behind number 12, so I don't have a great view of the end pairs either way. I will take some breaks now and again as the day moves along, as we start to sort things out as to who's moving up, who's moving down, to see what's happening on those pairs. I'm not in a position where I can see messages in the chat. I will try and take a look at those now and again. So if you are requesting updates on specific bowlers, I may or may not get to that right away, so I apologize for that. If you want to see the scores, tournamentbowl.com is where you'll be able to see the scoring. Again, this is the 35th annual Ring 10. Sponsors today, I don't have my sponsor list with me, but I'll try and remember everybody. We have McKinsey River Pizza, Butte Auto, Storm Products, Star Lanes, Alleycat Lanes, Paul and Karen Dane up there in Shoto, Zip Beverage. So they've supported this tournament for years. So please, if you can support them, do so. Also, a big thanks to Harry Schaefer for running this tournament. Thank you to Bernie Coons for keeping everything together on Tournament Bowl, and to Tom Croskrey with 406 Streaming, so you're able to watch this play as it goes on today. Pins do not carry over, as I said, so it is a fresh start. The first matches are about to come to an end. I'll give you a quick rundown on who was versus who in this first match. On lanes 1 and 2, we had Josh Link versus Braden Linky. We had KT Simpson versus Keith Mager. On 3 and 4, we had Corey Porter versus John Conger. Nate Gilling against Greg Thomas. 5 and 6, Andy Kinney versus Jace Hauser. Jeremy Link versus Lynn Walker. Lanes 7 and 8, we had Derek Birch versus Jordan Harrington. Charles Wilkin versus Sean Hornberger. Lanes 9 and 10, Dante Burnell versus Chris Gray. Daniel Skitt versus Daniel Murphy. Lanes 11 and 12, Kyle Crum versus Sean Jacobs. Kyle Crum versus Keith Van Setten. Sean Jacobs versus Nolan Croskrey. 13 and 14, we had Tyler Lopez versus Stacy Lopez. Scott Douglas versus Sean Hill. Craig Briggs versus Marcus Gross on 15 and 16. Luke Brown versus Dale Williams. 17 and 18, we had Anthony Skitt versus Joe Martinich. Ken Fogg versus Jacob Dobkins. On lanes 19 to 20, Breck Strobel versus Corey Clayton. Jess Sickler versus Alf Lopez. Lanes 21 and 22, Felicia Wong versus Dave Martinez. Louis Doby versus Cricket Lopez. Lanes 23 and 24, Chad Hauser versus Evely Tangay, and Dayton Willoughby versus Dustin Wardell. So that was your first match. And as I said, we are about completed in these first matches. And there should be some scoring happening early. Later on, the scores could drop a little bit because it is going to get difficult, I anticipate. If yesterday is any indication of what we have in store today. We do have a little winter here in Butte, so snow outside, hot bowling inside. Lanes 7 and 8, we have a dandy match going on between Murphy and Jeremy Link. Oh, I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong pair. I was looking at match 2. On 7 and 8, Charles Wilkin and Sean Hornberger. We've got a dandy match going on. Sean needs a strike here to shut out Charles. He's got a possible 236. Charles has a possible 235 going on. So, like I said, the scoring, there should be a decent scoring pace early today. Should be able to see some scores mounted. And Sean did not strike. Oh, I'm sorry. I had that backwards. Charles was the individual that could have shut out Sean by a pin. So now Charles is going to win that match. Sean needed to go off the sheet, and he will not do that. He did not strike his second ball in the 10th, so Charles is going to win that one. Great match, though, to start the day there. All the scoring will be on Tournament Bowl, so tournamentbowl.com. 35th ring and 10. It was a packed house yesterday all day long. I'm not sure when the last shift finished. It started at around 10:30, quarter to 11. So those that were on the last shift last night that are here this morning, short night's sleep for them. Once again, thank you all for tuning in. Those of you from out of the area, those of you from Canada, I'm glad we can give you an opportunity to see the action here. If you appreciate it, if you haven't subscribed, please do so. It does help Tom with the channel. All right, as we get ready to start match number 2 on the day, your matchups, lanes 1 and 2, John Conger versus Chad Hauser, Greg Thomas versus Dayton Willoughby, 3 and 4, Jace Hauser, Josh Link, Lynn Walker, Katie Simpson, lanes 5 and 6, Jordan Harrington, Corey Porter, Sean Hornberger, Nate Gilling, 7 and 8, Chris Gray, Andy Kinney, Daniel Murphy, Jeremy Link, 9 and 10, Keith Van Setten, Derek Birch, Owen Croskree, Charles Wilkin. 11 and 12, Stacy Lopez, Dante Bernal, Sean Hill, Daniel Skitt. 13 and 14, Marcus Gross, Kyle Crum, Dale Williams, Sean Jacobs. 15 and 16. Joe Martinich, Tyler Lopez, Jake Dobkins, Scott, Craig Briggs, Alf versus Luke Brown, 19 and 20. Dave Martinich versus Anthony Skitt. Cricket versus Ken, 21 and 22. Evely versus Breck. Dustin versus Jess Sickler, 23 and 24. Braden versus Felicia. Keith Mayer versus Lewis Doby. Pins do not carry over, so it is fresh start for everyone today. If you want to see the scoring, Tournament Bowl, well, you'll be able to see it. It'll take just a few minutes after all the matches to get all of the scoring up on Tournament Bowl. And it looks like we have all of the first matches finished up. We're getting started on round 2. I expect scoring to be pretty high this game as well. Spares will be at a premium. Spares will be at a premium today. It is going to get tough. Yesterday, I'm sure, the pattern that emerged yesterday of play of transition, breakdown on the lanes is going to take place again today. It's just a matter of when. And the scoring pace will be impacted significantly when that happens. It was by the last couple of games. Yesterday I bowled on the 5 o'clock shift, and by the last couple of games, the ball was reading by the arrows. I mean, before the arrows, the ball was already reading, and then tight down lane. So it was difficult to score. There weren't many bowlers that made up ground in the last half of qualifying in the 5 o'clock and 9:30 shift. All the ground had to be made in the first 3 and then just hang on. We did have a little bit of a treat yesterday. Bob Alazinski, who's the original founder of this tournament, was here to bowl. It's nice. It was nice to see Bob back in the fray, doing a little competitive bowling. You're just joining, earlier I said I am positioned behind lanes 11 and 12. The end pairs, once we get past 17, 18 on the right, once we get past like 5 and 6 on the left, I have a little difficulty seeing what's going on. As the day goes on and things start to shake out, who's moving toward the top, who's falling, I'll take a few breaks to walk around and see what matches of Impact are happening. Also, I'm not sitting near the monitors, so if you're sending messages on the chat, lanes you'd like to see or some bowlers you'd like to be updated on, I won't see those right away. I will try and catch those now and again so I can give you updates, but please be patient if you send something in the chat and I don't get to it right away. In the first match, there were a few single pins missed, and in almost every case, those single pins impacted the match, those single pin misses. So, marks. Today, it's going to be all about marks. The strikes will come early. They're going to go away later. You've got to fill frames if you expect to do anything today. One thing to keep an eye on as well, if there are bowlers that are not scoring very well early, that could be a very bad omen for them for the day to come, because I don't see that turning around where all of a sudden you pick up the pace, you know, in matches 5, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there. I just don't anticipate the conditions allowing that. So if some of the people you're following, your favorite bowlers, didn't do well in match number 1, didn't score well, give them a, hopefully they get something going in the second, third matches where they get some scoring happening. Give themselves a shot at the day. For those of you that are just coming on, and again, this was record-setting year for entries, 309 bowlers bowled during qualifying, top 48 here today. Wonderful field. Some of the people you would expect to be here, Alex Hoskins, Nick Bagaro, Clay Reese, Alex Hoskins, Gio Daria. They are in Las Vegas at the USBC Masters. Unfortunately, the dates overlap this year, so they're missing the tournament. But this is still a great field. So I hope they'll be able to give you some good entertainment today. Do a few more thank yous here. Thank you to Harry Schaefer for running this tournament. Thank you to Star Lanes. Thank you to Bernie Coons for running Tournament Bowl, giving you all of the scoring updates. Thank you to Paul and Karen Dane up there in Shoto, Montana, Alley Cat Lanes for sponsoring the tournament. Thank you. Thank you to Zip Beverage, Butte Auto, Kinsey River Pizza, Storm Products. I'm sure I'm missing someone off the top of my head. I cannot think of the others, but there are others. I'll get a list here, a sponsors list at some point and make sure. I think Century Gaming also. I forgot them earlier. They've been great sponsors of this tournament. So please support them. Also, we're kind of winding down the bowling season, but there are still a couple of scratch tournaments remaining in Montana. April 27th and 28th in Ronan at Lucky Strike Lanes is the women's scratch tournament. There's still room to get signed up for that. So, ladies, those of you that want to do some scratch bowling, that's a great opportunity. Tim and Lisa run a great tournament up there. I encourage you all to sign up for that. And then on May 4th and 5th up in Big Fork at Grizzly Lanes, we have the Battle of Big Fork. Contact Rhino Page to get into that tournament. That always attracts a big field. So those opportunities are still there to do a little scratch bowling before the season comes to an end. We did have to give you some idea, I guess, of what to expect in the scoring. We had on the 5 o'clock shift yesterday, we had a run at 300 and it ended up being a 276 game. That person 2 games later was, shooting 120, 130. So just don't be shocked if you start to see that. Okay, we've got, it looks like all of the first matches are up. And right now your top 5, very early in the day, Keith Megner, Charles Wilkin, Jeremy Link, Nate Gelling, Josh Link are your top 5. Just out are Louis Doby, Jace Hauser, Breck Strobel, Ken and Felicia. That's your top 10. So that's I expect Josh with his ball speed to be near the top. I know Charles and I had a discussion last night about maybe a different strategy on how to play the lanes to start today that would help when the transition came. So it'll be interesting to see how he does today, if his thoughts for how to attack things are going to pay off, or if he's going to have the same struggles today that everyone had yesterday, especially like the last 2 shifts. The struggle was real. Matches on 7 and 8. A lot of strikes are being thrown in those matches. Chris and Andy and Daniel and Jeremy getting some strikes thrown there. Also down at 17 and 18. There's some strikes thrown. 19 and 20. And some strikes thrown. So it's still, scoring pace is still good. And I think maybe game 3 also, with only 4 on a pair, unlike the 6th last night. I think game 3, the scoring pace should still be decent. Game 5 is probably where we'll start to see a drop off in the scoring. The pace will slow just a bit. All right, I'm getting a good look. At Charles Wilkin right now. So I'm going to see. Yes, he is the strategy that we discussed last night. He is trying that to start today. So it is going to be interesting to see if that change in lane play pays off as we get a little later in the day. You know, you get fresh oil, re-oil before every shift, re-oil this morning, but you do have some memory. It's even though the machine strips, it doesn't get it all. So it's not exactly the same condition every shift. Many people think it is, but it is not. Unless you truly strip the lanes and start over. Things are going to change as the tournament moves on when you keep doing the re-oil. And that many times, I think more than not, will just make things more difficult as the tournament goes on rather than making it easier. So the 48 bowlers that are here today certainly deserve to be here, and they should be capable of meeting the demand of the condition. Yeah, 7 and 8 still. A lot of strikes happening on 7 and 8. And it is the difference. There is a big difference in choice of bowling equipment. You've got a number of people using fairly dull, strong equipment, and a number of people using real clean, shiny equipment. So it's a very playable shot early. It is flat 40 feet. I don't know how many mils on this pattern. We'll try to remember to ask today and get some idea. On 3 and 4, Jace Hauser's off to a nice start in that game. And on 5 and 6, Corey Porter is off to a very nice start. Chris Gray's off to a good start. Andy Kinney's struggling just a little bit there. And as I said before, struggling early is going to be pretty damaging because this is where the scoring is going to happen. (13 and 14). Kyle Crum is off to a very nice start. Well in control of his match. Nolan Croskery, after throwing in quite a few splits his first game, has a string of strikes going now. And He is very much in control of his match over Charles. I'm not sure if that strategy is paying off for Charles right now. Josh Link has got a nice start to his game. He's got a string, 1 spare, the rest are strikes through 7. Down on 3 and 4. Keith Van Setten had a nice start today, but he's struggling just a little bit in this match. I might try, like I said, I'm behind lanes 11 and 12. Nolan Crosscrew is on 9 and 10. I might see if I can catch a quick word with him. As we close out this second match. Went through the face there, leaving 3-6-10. Yeah, we have some big scores being put up this game. Nolan is up in the 9th here. Like I said, I'm going to try and catch a word with him. Well in control. Finishing up, starting to finish up some of the round 2 matches. Yeah, we're going to see some scores here in round 2. Yeah, Charles has a little something going right now, but it's a little late here. Too little, too late against Nolan. Nolan's put up a nice game. He's got, if he converts this 6-pin, he's got a potential 234. And only 2-teen potential for Charles. And Nolan converts. Yeah, I asked Nolan how the condition was out of the gate today compared to qualifying, and he said it's just as tough like qualifying was. He's using a different ball to start than he did in qualifying. They said it's incredibly speed sensitive, very touchy. So hopefully that gives you some insight. Into what they're facing out there. All right, we are finishing up a lot of these matches. We did have on 5 and 6 a nice match between Jordan Harrington and Corey Porter, with Jordan winning that by 5, 225 to 220. And we have on 11 and 12 a pretty tight match, but it is not a super high scoring match between Stacy and Dante. And as we finish up these second matches, remember, if you want to do some scratch bowling, we still have a couple of tournaments left in the season. We have up in Ronan on April 27th and 28th at Lucky Strike Lanes, the ladies scratch tournament. There are still openings at the 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. shift. The 2 p.m. shift is full right now. So, you know, give Tim, Lisa a call up there in Ronan. Get signed up for that. It's always fun up there at Lucky Strike Lanes in Ronan. And also the battle at Big Fork. Grizzly Lanes up there in Big Fork. Scratch tournament on May 4th and 5th, 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. shifts. Contact Rhino Page up there at Grizzly Lanes. Get signed up for that. It always is a good tournament as well. If you want to see the scores, tune in to tournamentball.com. We have a fairly tight match going on, 7 and 8, between Daniel Murphy and Jeremy Link. Okay, in round 3, the matches will be on 1 and 2, Felicia versus Jace, Lewis versus Lynn, lanes 3 and 4, Chad versus Jordan, Dayton versus Sean, lanes 5 and 6, Josh versus Chris, KT versus Daniel, lanes 7 and 8, Corey versus Keith, Nate versus Nolan, 9 and 10, Andy versus Stacy, Jeremy versus Sean, 11 and 12, Derek versus Marcus, Charles versus Dale, 13 and 14, Dante versus Joe, Daniel versus Jacob, 15 and 16, Kyle versus Corey, Sean versus Alf, 17 and 18, Tyler versus Dave Martinich, Scott versus Cricket, 19 and 20, Craig versus Ely, Luke versus Dustin, 21 and 22, Anthony versus Anthony versus Braden, Ken versus Keith, and 23 and 24, Breck versus John, and Jess versus Greg. Scoring is available on tournamentbowl.com. Well, once the scores get posted here for the second round, we'll take a look and see what's happening. Still a long ways to go. 12 rounds of match play today. Last round's a position round, but it's a long ways to go. This third game scoring pace still, I believe, will be decent. I don't think the transition is really going to have an impact yet, which is 2 to a lane. And, again, you have many bowlers throwing clean, shiny stuff, so they're not tearing up the fronts like the more aggressive the big balls do. But the scoring pace will take a dramatic turn downward at some point today. Yeah, the scores are on tournamentbowl.com. 35th annual Ring and 10. Just go there. Again, starting round 3 here. 1 and 2, we've got Felicia versus Jace, Lewis versus Lynn. 3 and 4, Chad versus Jordan, Dayton versus Sean. 5 and 6, Josh versus Chris, KT versus Daniel. 7 and 8, Corey versus Keith, Nate versus Nolan. 9 and 10, Andy versus Stacy, Jeremy versus Sean. 11 and 12, Derek versus Marcus, Charles versus Dale. 13 and 14, Dante versus Joe, Daniel versus Jacob. 15 and 16, Kyle versus Corey, Sean versus Alf. 17 and 18, Tyler versus Dave, Scott versus Cricket. 19-20, Craig versus Evely. Luke versus Dustin, 21-22. Anthony versus Braden. Ken versus Keith, 23 and 24. Breck versus John, and Jess versus Greg. And just on Tournament Bowl, keep in mind that Bernie has to enter all the scores, so it may take a few minutes after each match completes to get everything in, but that's where the scoring will be available.
Nice shot, Dave.
Sean is off. Sean Hornberger's off to kind of a little bit of a frustrating start today, I guess you could say. He shot 220 and 221 and not won either of those matches. So no bonus pins. But he's at least keeping himself in it by scoring well. Now looking at the start of this third game, appears we haven't gotten into really any transition yet. Still looking at lane play that's similar to the first couple of games, but I still see, strikes happening out of the gate. I think we're still looking at the potential for some high scores in Game 3. Oh, and I was wrong about Sean. My mistake. He did win one of those. His 221 match he won to get the 30 bonuses. So not quite as frustrating. Once we get all of the scores posted for the second match, we'll take a look at what the top 10 are. Andy Kinney, it looks like I can get a decent look. It looks like Andy Kinney has moved left. So he's moved quite a ways left from where he was to start. So maybe he is seeing a little transition. I haven't really seen anyone else make a big move. But again, I'm behind lanes 11 and 12. I can't see the far ends that well. It looks like Nate also. Nate Gilling has made a move to the left from where he started. And I think the people that move the earliest, the people that get left early, are going to be the people that are more successful today. Josh Link is off to another strong start in this game on lanes 5 and 6. Danny Murphy also is off to a strong start in that game. On 3 and 4, Dayton is off with a 3-bagger. So the scoring pace still is good. Josh starts with 4. I think really Josh has got the right game to attack this pattern and how it transitions. I see him being strong all day. We almost have all the scores up for round 2. And we'll go through the top 10 once we're complete, once everything is posted. We do have the people that now are like 15th on down. There's some separation is starting to happen between them and the people on top. And we have all of the second game are posted. Top 5, Josh, Lewis, Jeremy, Felicia, and Breck are your top 5. 6th is Charles. Sean Jacobs and Sean Hornberg are tied for 7th. Dayton and Nolan. That finishes out your top 10. We have Josh is just under 500 scratch after the first 2, so the scoring pace for Josh has been incredibly high. And he's off in his 3rd game to another start that's incredibly high. Also down on 15 and 16. Kyle and Corey. Corey and Alf are both off to hot starts. They're well in control of their matches early. Kyle and Sean Jacobs are not off to great starts, so Corey and Alf are very much in control there. Again, I do not expect that. I don't think there's really going to be any transition starting at this point. Gotta fill frames though. Absolutely got to fill frames. This isn't, early on here, these first 3 games, yes, you You know, you open frame, you've got a chance to throw a 5-6 bagger, minimize the damage. But by the time we get to games 6, 7, 8 in there, it is going to be difficult to generate any kind of big scores, I believe. So you really have got to be dialed in on those marks. You've got to make your scoring now. You've got to shoot the big scores now these first 3 or 4 games. Yeah, it looks like Andy has moved quite a bit left, and he is not. It's not treated him well so far. Corey Clayton strikes through the first 6. Josh Link has the front 5. Daniel Murphy also has the front 5. Yep, Josh has the front 6. Just solid. No doubt. And from what I can see, it looks like Josh is using a TNT infused. Charles Wilkins just got a huge break. Carried a shot through the face. Corey Porter's off to a very rough start. Rough start this match. Had a nice game last game, 225 and 1. This game, not much going right for him yet. And we have Corey Clayton just about to come up with the front 6. And we have Daniel Murphy up at the front 5. Corey Clayton did not strike in the 7th. And Daniel Murphy did not strike in the 6th, so his string stops. Josh Link still has a string going. And there are some others down on 21 and 22. It looks like Braden has the front 4, front 5. So we do have some nice scoring going in this game. Josh Link is about to come up here in the 7th. He's got the front 6. Okay, Corey Clayton opened the 7th. He's up here in the 8th. See if he can get back on the strike train. And he does. Nice shot by Corey. Josh Link has the front 7. And it looks like Braden has the first 6 maybe. It's a long ways. My eyesight, I can't quite see the scorer down there. But Braden is on top of lane 22. That score is on top, so you're watching the cameras when you're down there. Daniel's got a couple of 9 counts after starting with the front 5. And he just threw one solid. And as I said before, he is one of the first people that has made a big move left. And I think that's what you have to do. So he may be, in decent position when we get to games 5, 6, 7. He's already moved over there. He's ahead of the transition just a little bit. Got a few splits happening here. A few more than we saw the first few matches. Corey Clayton's back on the strike train. He's got a double. He's well in control of his match. Against Kyle, although Kyle still has a possible 220, 222 down there. And Braden is still striking. So Braden and Josh haven't missed yet this game. Josh is strikes through 8. Braden strikes through 6 or 7. Game 3, round 3, the matches are starting to come to a close. Remember, the scores will be on tournamentbowl.com. It'll take Bernie just a few minutes after the completion of round 3 to get everything posted. Once everything is posted, I will give you a rundown of the top 10, top 5, top 10, so you know where things stand. I have one that I see down on 1 and 2. Louis Dobie also is starting out. He's got the front 5 or 6. So I missed his start. So he, along with Braden and Josh, haven't missed. And Braden is up right now. And Braden strikes again. And earlier, I mentioned, I think the left-handers may have an advantage today. Once we start to get to the transition, the impact should not be as great on them. And I think if they can stay close early, then as the day goes on, they should move up. Braden was off to a bit of a rough start first 2 games today, but this one is definitely going to move him up. Josh did not strike in the 9th, so his run stops. Now Lewis is still striking, and Braden's still striking, so those two still have a shot. Josh converts to spare, and he's very much in control of that match. So he'll add another 30 bonus pins to this score, and he's already, without bonus pins, averaging nearly 250. So this will put him over that average. He'll be averaging over 250 for the first 3. He'll shoot upper sevens, nearly 800 to start the day. Good start for him. Nate gets a strike, and it looks like he's one that moved a little bit into the middle of the lane. He's moved left. So Andy and Nate, it looks like, are the first to move. Okay, so Lewis is up, down on 1 and 2. He's got the first 6. So he's up in 7. See if he can throw one more here, keep the string. And he does not. He gets a 9 count. So his string ends. Braden still has it going on. I believe he's through 8 now with strikes. So scoring pace still high. Yesterday was 6 to a pair. This is where the transition started. Middle of the 3rd game, it started a little bit. By the 4th game, it's full on. 5th and 6th game were very difficult. Ball reading so early, so tight down lane. And the scores just plummeted as the qualifying moved on in games 5 and 6. And Josh does not strike on his last ball, so he shoots 278. So he's going to shoot 770 plus scratch for these first 3, and he's going to get bonus pins in all 3. So with the bonus pins, he's going to be 860s out of the gate. And he's the one with his ball speed. As things get tougher out here, and the left-handers are the people I'm going to be interested to see where they stand as the day progresses. now Charles and Dale are in a pretty tight match on lanes 11 and 12. We don't have a significant amount of really tight matches going on. It's starting to kind of separate into the haves and have-nots a little bit. Got some big scores and some low scores starting to happen. And we have Braden's got the front 9. Down on 23 or 21 and 22.
Front 9.
Braden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So 21 and 22, Braden's got the front 9. I just had Bernie just stop by to confirm for me because, again, I'm behind lanes 11 and 12. And my eyesight, I'm old, man. 21, 22, 23, 24. Trying to see what's going on down there. A little bit of a challenge. So we'll see. Yep, we'll see if Braden can punch on this. All right, so Braden's coming up in the 10th here. He's got the front 9. See if he can finish this off. He did have, start of the day, a little rough to start. But he's making up for it here. And he does not strike the first ball in the 10th. So his string ends. But still, pick this up, shoot 270s. That's a great comeback for him. That's going to heal what ails you right there. So we're about finished with round 3. As we finish up here, again, you've got a couple scratch tournaments still left before this season closes. We are coming down to the end of another bowling season. But ladies, the scratch tournament in Ronan, Montana at Lucky Strike Lanes, April 27th, 7th, and 28th. 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. still have availability. 2 p.m. shift is full. It's a great time up there with Tim and Lisa. So give them a call. Get signed up for that tournament. Scratch tournament in Big Fork at Grizzly Lanes. The battle at Big Fork, May 4th and 5th. 9 a.m. shift, 3 p.m. shift. Talk to Rhino Page up there in Big Fork. That also is a great tournament. Get signed up for that. So your last opportunities for scratch tournaments in Montana for this season. So get signed up. And thank you all for tuning in to 406 Streaming and watching this. Get subscribed if you haven't. Please help Tom out on his channel. Thanks to Tom Croskery for running 406 Streaming. Thank you also to Bernie Coons for Tournament Bowl. If you want to see the scores as the matches end, he does post the scores on Tournament Bowl. It'll take a few minutes after each match, so give him a chance to get there. Sponsors for today, Harry Schaefer, running the tournament here at Star Lanes. You've got Alley Cat Lanes up in Choteau, Montana. Paul and Karen Dane helping sponsor this. You've got Storm Products, McKinsey River Pizza, Butte Auto, great sponsor. Century Gaming, Zip Beverage, all helping out here. This had a record turnout, record number of qualifiers, 309 entered, 48 bowling today. A wonderful turnout here, 35th year this tournament has gone on. Some of the usual suspects you would expect to see here aren't here right now because the USBC Masters starts. The practice starts today down in Las Vegas, there in Las Vegas. Unfortunate scheduling there, just no way around it this year. hopefully next year there aren't any conflicts, and those that are down there get to participate. I know they've always been supporters of this tournament in the past. So we're about ready to start round 4. Your matchups for round 4 on lanes 1 and 2. We got Jordan versus Breck, Sean Hornberger versus Jess. Lanes 3 and 4, Chris versus Felicia, Daniel versus Lewis. 5 and 6, Keith versus Chad, Nolan versus Dayton. 7 and 8, Stacy versus Josh, Sean versus KT. 9 and 10, Marcus versus Corey, Dale versus Nate. 11 and 12, Joe versus Andy, Jacob versus Jeremy. 13 and 14, Corey versus Derek, Alf versus Charles. 15 and 16, Dave Martich versus Dante, Cricket versus Daniel. 17 and 18, Evely versus Kyle, Dustin versus Sean. 19 and 20, Braden versus Tyler, Keith versus Scott. 21 and 22, John versus Craig, Greg versus Luke. 23 and 24, Jace versus Anthony, and Lynn versus Ken. As I said before, I'm behind lanes 11 and 12, so seeing everything, on the end pairs. Once we get past like 17 and 18 to the right and to the left, once we get past like 5 and 6, it's difficult for me to see what's happening. But I will try and keep you updated on what's going on there. If there are bowlers you want to get an update on or want me to go take a look at, I can do that. I'm not at a monitor, so I may not see you in the chat right away, but I will catch that and try and keep you updated if there are bowlers that you really, really want to get a look at. TournamentBowl.com is where you can see the standings. Once we get all of the scores posted for round 3, I will go through the top 10 again, keep you apprised of where everything is there so you know who the top 5 are, top 10 are. We still have a long ways to go today. 12 rounds of match play, the 12th round's a position round, so it is very early. Now I'm very curious once we are in game 4 here to see what happens as far as transition goes. Yesterday, the 5 o'clock shift and the 9:30 shift transition, when it happened, it started to happen quickly and it was tough. Things got very, very difficult, and throwing big scores, not realistic. So the people that are near the bottom now that need to throw some big scores, they're running out of time to do that. I'm going to take just a quick break here for a moment while we're starting round 4, and then I'll be back with you. Okay, we are back. Thank you for letting me take a break. Things are fun so far today. And what I said before about the haves and have-nots, just early on in this fourth round, seems to be really starting to happen. Seeing several people starting off again with doubles, triples, and several people starting splits, opens to start. So we're just about one more. Once we finish this fourth, once we get to game 5, I really think we're going to start to see who's going to be a contender today and who is not. So hopefully those that you're supporting are in that contender area and not in the struggling area. I just hats off to all of these bowlers that are here today. I bowled in qualifying yesterday and experienced what it took to put up a score and get here, and boy, games 5 and 6 yesterday were pretty brutal. So real big congratulations to the 48 that are here. And those that are going to be able to navigate that today and get to the top at the end, really we give a hand to them. It looks like more people have moved left now. So things are looking as I expected. I'm still curious how the left-handers are going to do. And Josh, his ball speed, such a huge advantage here today in what's going to happen as the day goes. He started with the first two, but then went through the face. On the third shot. I will once we get about halfway through, I will start paying more attention to the bowlers that are in the top half and the bowlers near the bottom. Keep you apprised of the people that are making moves up and down toward that top 5. Oh, and Josh just whiffed the 9-pin. So first error by him today. Earlier I said that Charles Wilkin and I had a conversation last night about maybe trying a different strategy today to start and see how that goes through transition. Well, the strategy has worked for him in the first 3. He's been consistent, up over deuce all 3 games. So is it going to give him the results that he wants when the transition starts? Again, we have about half the scores posted from round 3. As soon as we complete getting those scores posted, and we'll take a look at where everything stands. You also keep in mind you can check scores, tournamentbowl.com. See how your bowlers are doing. Yeah, Charles is keeping the pace going. Yeah, Andy just threw one flush and has split the third, but I think maybe his move left early is going to work out for him. We've got one string star. We've got the front four on lanes 17 and 18. It looks like Sean Jacobs has the front four. He's had a little bit of a rough start to the day, so maybe he can stop the bleeding here. Shoot a big game. Down on 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, not much happening. So that pair was it hooked. Compared to the rest of the house, it was a more hooking pair, so that could be the case today as well. Just about have all the scores posted for round 4. Or round 3, I mean. We're in round 4. Last year in this tournament, 15 to 16, 17 to 18, those two pairs were provided for some really big scores. So when you got on those, that's where you really need to make hay. I don't know if that's been the case today. I really haven't paid a lot of attention to that. And just a couple more scores to post. Then we'll do a little rundown of where everything stands. Josh, after that open in the third, did strike in the fourth. He's up here in the fifth. Oh, and he just crushes the pocket and leaves a 9. Solid 9. Shot still looks good for him. Corey Porter just flagged a 10-pin. He was well in control of that match, and now that going to bring his opponent back in. All right, so we have all the scores posted for round 3. So your top 5 right now are Josh, Lewis, Charles, Felicia, and Marcus. That's your top 5. 6 through 10, Sean Hornberger, Breck, Dayton, Jeremy, and Braden moved up into the top 10. That big 277, huge boost for him. He shot 169 out of the gate. That has helped tremendously. Marcus was fortunate. Shot 161 out of the gate, but won that match. So he got the 30 bonus pins. Since then has righted the ship and been pretty stable. Felicia, a left-hander, she's won each match. Just 213, 213, 212. So very consistent for her, sitting there in 4th place. Right now the top 10, there's 30 pins ahead, 15th, so it's starting to get so people down near the bottom are really going to have to move. You know, the halfway mark down there, 24th, sitting at 635, the top 10's at 688, so they're 50 pins behind. 3 games in, so they're starting to lose touch just a little bit. Okay, Sean's string stops with a split. on lanes 9 and 10. On lane 10, Nate. Or is it Nate? I'm not sure now. I'm going to have to look because I think the bowlers on 9 and 10 have decided to go up opposite of where I believe they should be. So I think it's Dale Williams. It started with a split, but has a 4-bagger since. And Josh strike. So he's still moving along with that flagged single pin. He's just under 200 pace, so he's moving along fine. Nate converts his spare. All right, so we've had some fantastic bowling. Some big scores put up so far today. Oh, nope, he gets it. Dale converts that single pin. I thought for a moment there I didn't think it was going to get that, but it did. Looks like Sean Jacobs, after that split, stopping his string, has got it going again. It's a little bit of a surprise today that Andy has struggled so much. He's been having a decent year, and I thought he would do well here, but he's having a tough time today so far. Breck Strobel's been having a nice year, and he's continuing it today. I don't see anything huge happening really down on 122, 23, 24, although it looks like maybe on 22 someone's got a 3-4 bagger after opening a couple. Josh is still pounding away. He's got a double. Lewis and Charles throwing the ball pretty well, and they're staying in touch with Josh. But man, Josh looks good today. Nine and 10's got some decent matches going on. Marcus and Corey and Dale and Nate. Nate was trailing, but he's making a move back against Dale. Dale opened the 7th, got a 7 out there, and that's allowed. allowed Nate the opportunity to get back in it. Marcus has thrown a 3-bagger against Corey, so he's come back in that match after trailing early. And missed spares, we're starting to see the ugly single pin misses pop up. And Jacob Dopkins, he's got a nice game going. Very nice. Lanes 9 and 10. Marcus Goss just very nice shot. And he's taking control of that match from Corey Porter. Across the house right now, not seeing much dull stuff anymore. A lot of shiny stuff now. Much cleaner covers. That was the case yesterday in qualifying. Dale, another split, so that's Nate can double here and really will be right back in this match. Oh, Chad Hauser just wiggled the 10 pin. And it looks like Nolan's got. Is it Nolan? I cannot tell. It looks like Lewis Dobie has a nice game going down on 3 and 4, it appears. Having a little bit of difficulty seeing that one. Looks like he's got a decent game going. Chad Hauser almost left the 7-10, pocket 7-10. Yeah, a lot of people are starting to move left now. Dull equipment's going away. Those that did start with it, there was a pretty good mixture of dull and shiny to start the day, but the move left has started. So game 5, I think we're going to see the scores drop a little bit. Down on 1 and 2. We've got a decent score to be put up by Breck. First couple of frames, not great, but since he's got a 5 or 6 bagger going, so he's putting up a good score. We've got some things starting to happen on 21 and 22. Still some nice scores. Andy coming back in his match, but it's too little too late. He's not going to win that match. And Nate, after getting back into it, back in control, he's given control back to Dale. So that match is going back and forth. So the big scores are fewer. The big scores are fewer this round. And we have Marcus Goss on 9 and 10. He's got a 5-bagger going. He can close it out. If he goes off the sheet, it's 248. Yep, and strike. And he has moved left considerably. So the transition has started. We are wrapping up. We are wrapping up round 4. And again here, not a lot of super close matches. You've got the definitely the haves and have-nots. People scoring and people that are not. We have Jacob Dobkins with a chance at a big score of 240s if he throws this last one. He's in the 240s. Just how much? No, Marcus misses it. So he'll be in the 230s. So some big scores still being shot, but I think just the indications now are the scores are going to start dropping rather dramatically. And if there are people that can maintain that 220, 230 as we move into games 5, 6, 7, 8, they're going to be the people definitely at the top as we get toward the end here. Okay, we're about wrapping up round 4. We're moving on to round 5. I will again, once we get the scores posted. For the end of round 4, we'll go through the top 5, top 10, see where things shake out. I'm seeing a lot of sub 200 games starting to happen. We do have Dale and Nate. They're almost in front of me. They're on 9 and 10. They have a pretty close match going, although Nate just washed out in the 10th, so he's in a little bit of trouble here. He has to convert this to have any chance at all, really. And he doesn't. So he finishes with a 180. So Dale right now has a 175. He needs to convert this spare. He converts this pair in just any kind of count, and he wins that match against Nate. So that one is fairly close. But there was a 190, 189 on 11 and 12. And Dale missed. He did not convert, so Nate wins that match, 180 to 177. They both opened the 10th. Wow. That, again, the spare is premium. You have got to convert and fill frames. You cannot get away with opens. It's just going to get too hard. it's going to get too hard. So for round 5 here, as we get ready to go for the next set of matches, on 1 and 2, we will have Anthony versus Chris, Ken versus Daniel, 3 and 4, Breck versus Keith, Jess versus Nolan, lanes 5 and 6, Felicia versus Stacy, Lewis versus Sean, lanes 7 and 8, Chad versus Marcus, Dayton versus Dale, lanes 9 and 10, Josh versus Joe, KT versus Jacob, 11 and 12, Corey versus Corey, Nate versus Alf, 13 and 14, Andy versus Dave Martinich, Jeremy versus Cricket, 15 and 16, Derek versus Evely, Charles versus Dustin, 17 and 18, Dante versus Braden, Daniel versus Keith, 19 and 20, Kyle versus John Conger, Sean versus Greg, 21 and 22, Tyler versus Jace, Scott versus Lynn, 23 and 24, Craig versus Jordan, and Luke versus Sean Hornberger. So those are your round 5 matches. I'd like to thank the sponsors once more. Butte Auto, great sponsor for this over the years. McKinsey River Pizza, Storm Bowling Products, Zip Beverage, Century Gaming, Star Lanes here hosting this event, Harry Schaefer running it, Bernie Coons helping out by running the tournament, bowl.com, keeping you apprised of the scores that are happening, Tom Croskrey setting up 406 streaming so you're able to watch all of these great bowlers perform and put on a show for you today. Thank you also to all of you for watching. Please subscribe. Support Tom and his channel. Keep this rolling along. As we are winding down the bowling season, keep in mind you do have a Ladies Scratch Tournament, Lucky Strike Lanes in Ronan, April 27th and 28th. 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. qualifying are still open. 2 p.m. shift is full. Call Tim, Lisa up there, Lucky Strike Lanes, get in that tournament. In the Scratch Tournament, the Battle at Big Fork, Grizzly Lanes in Big Fork, Montana, Rhino Page. That's on the 4th and 5th of May, 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. qualifying shifts. Give them a call, get signed up for that. This is the 35th annual Ring of 10 Scratch Classic here at Star Lanes. Record year this year, 309 entries. Top 48 are here bowling today. It got pretty brutal. Games 5 and 6 of qualifying last night. The last shift didn't start until almost 11, so the people that are here from that shift, a little bit of tired happening. Little bit of tired. Okay, you can catch scores on Tournament Bowl. Please give Bernie a moment or two after each round finishes. I will go through with you where the top 5, top 10 stand, what's going on there, so you get an idea. As we get a little farther down, I will start trying to pay attention to what's happening in the matches involving those individuals that are near the top in the top 10 as we work our way toward match play. We're still a long ways to go. We are not halfway through yet. Not halfway through. We're only a third of the way through. Only a third of the way through the bowling today. So it's a long day for everyone. Thank you again for joining and supporting 406 streaming. I know Tom enjoys bringing this content to you. I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back momentarily. Thank you. All right. Here we are, round 4. There are a few. Breck Strobel has started off strong in this round, but the scores in general are starting to come down. We have almost all the scores posted for this last round, for round 4. So I will give you a rundown once we get them complete. Round 5 is underway. And we do have some strikes being thrown, but they're not as frequent across the house as earlier. I did take a walk the length of the house, and pretty much everyone has moved inside. All of the clean covers are out, being used. The migration left is certainly happening right now. All right, so after 4 rounds, top 5, we have Lewis, who has overtaken Josh at the top of the standings. Breck, who's off to another hot start this game. Marcus, who is also off to a decent start. And Sean Hornberger and Braden are tied for 5th. So Braden has really made a move after that 169 opening. Josh has changed balls. He didn't carry there, but he's still keeping things moving forward. 7th right now is Charles. 8th is Jacob Dobkins. 9th is Stacy, and Ken is 10th. Felicia only shot 176 that last round and dropped out of the top 10. Yeah, Breck's got the first 5 down on 3 and 4, so he really is bowling well. Yeah, so we have down on 5 and 6. 5 and 6, we have a few strikes being thrown. Breck off to his start. All right, so yeah. Oh, 5 and 6. Lewis doesn't quite carry. So he starts with the 3-bagger, but he's still throwing the ball well. As I said, he's overtaken Josh for the top spot. Josh just split after a strong start. So it is. We are full on into transition. People moving way left. Lewis converts to spare, so we have Breck up now with the front five. He's up in the sixth. See if we can keep it going. We've had a few runs at 300 today. And he does. Messenger takes the 9 out, so he's strikes through 6. Across the rest of the house, not a lot real exciting happening. As I thought, scoring pace is slowing down at this point. And this is going to be a good determining factor this round 5, how it shakes out after this. We'll get a look at who's starting to struggle in the transition and who seems to be really on top of it. Marcus and Chad have a pretty close game going halfway through. We also on 5 and 6. I'm not sure. I think it may be Felicia. It's Felicia or Stacy that's off to a pretty strong start. Looks like it's Felicia that's off to the strong start on lane 5. Also on 5, Lewis, as we said, is bowling well. So that lane has produced the scores. We have Breck up now in the 7th. He's got the front 6. Got some head shaking going on here and there. All right, let's see what Breck does. What Breck does up in the 7. And he does not carry. He leaves 4-pin. So he stops with the 6-bagger, but still bowling really well. All right. Yep. This will be a good look at where we're going to be in the day. Okay, Andy, one of the early movers left. Is not, he's struggling a bit, so it is not his day. Yeah. We have a few strikes being thrown 15 and 16. As I said earlier, 15 and 16, 17 and 18 last year produced some pretty big scores. They were consistently high scoring at pair. I don't see many X's going on down 23-24, 21-22, that end of the house. See lots of numbers and boxes, so no big runs going there. Still do see a couple. Breck, Dobie, Josh are still putting some numbers up. Felicia, it looks like, is doing some stuff. So it definitely has slowed down a bit. Josh doesn't quite carry there. All right, let's see. Lewis can convert the spare, and he does not. He flags one. The open frames will be killer. And Corey Porter's got a good game going against Corey Clayton. Battle of the Coreys. Got a few strikes starting to happen. Down on 1 and 2, it looks like maybe Chris Gray is the one with some strikes going. Got a 4-bagger going, something like that. We are getting close to wrapping up some of these matches in round 5. Josh is still solid. Lewis is still bowling well. Follow that flag 10-pin with a strike. Breck is still staying clean. Looking good. So the people on top of the standings are continuing with their pace. Braden also is bowling well. He did split that frame, but he's moving along at a decent pace. On 15 and 16, We have a nice tight match going on between Charles and Dustin. Here we've got Evely and Derek. They're fairly tight. They're both going to need to spare the 10. Derek gets his spare. And he has a possible 93. Evely has a possible 98, but she needs his spare. See what she does. And she does convert it. And we got Braden still putting up numbers. Cross there. Got 9 though. So Breck, Lewis, Josh, and Braden are all still putting up some score. Wrapping up a few. Cricket and Jeremy are in a pretty close match. 13 and 14. But that is going to be won by Jeremy. See how Breck is doing, putting up a score. He will win his match easily. Chad Marcus. Chad is going to win that match. Felicia gets a spare here. She's going to pretty much shut out Stacy. And she converted the spare. So Sean and Lewis are in a reasonably close match. Josh crushes the pocket again. He's stringing them now. So 247 possible for Lewis. 238 possible for Sean. And Sean does not strike, so he's only got 220 possible. So Lewis strikes here, he really is in control. And he does, so he's taking control of that match against Sean. Breck putting up another big game. Josh Link has moved way left and it washed out. That was his second shot in the 10th. Transition is full on now as we finish up as we finish up round 5 and head on to round 6. Again, I will go through the standings, top 5, top 10. See if we have anybody that looks like they're going to moving forward. Outside the top 10, not a lot of movement is happening. Alf has moved up a little bit, gotten closer to the top 10. Still a ways down. While we're finishing up round 5, again, the sponsors of this tournament. This is the 35th annual Ring and 10 Scratch Classic. Sponsors are Butte Auto, Storm Products, Century Gaming, Zip Beverage, McKinsey River Pizza, Star Lanes. Harry Schaefer is the organizer here, tournament director. Paul and Karen Dean up there in Shoto at Alley Cat Lanes. Great supporters of bowling in the state of Montana. Bernie Coons running tournament bowl, so you all get to see the scores as they're happening. Tom Croskery getting everything set up, running 406 streaming, so you can watch some of this bowling. A lot of great bowlers here. There were a record number of entries, 309 entries this year. 48 made it to Sunday, and it was not easy. Very difficult. Scoreable early, but then scores plummet as the transition happens. So I hope you appreciate the bowling that you're seeing today. There's some good stuff happening. For those of you that are wondering where the bowlers like Alex, and Clay Reese, and Gio and Daria, Nick Bagaro, those people are, they are down in Las Vegas getting ready for the USBC Masters. Scheduling oddity there that caused the two to overlap a little bit. Next year that shouldn't be a problem, so they should be back. But still, even without those great bowlers, we have a fantastic day here today. Seeing some very, very excellent bowling happen. When we get all the scores posted for round 5, I will go through the top 5 and 10. I am going to take a quick break between here. Before I do that, I will give you the lineups for round 6. On 1 and 2, it will be Keith against Craig, Nolan versus Luke. Lanes 3 and 4, Stacy versus Anthony, Sean versus Ken. 5 and 6, Marcus versus Breck, Dale versus Jess. 7 and 8, Joe versus Felicia, Jacob versus Lewis. 9 and 10, Corey Clayton versus Chad, Alf versus Dayton. 11 and 12, Dave versus Josh, Cricket versus KT. 13 and 14, Ely versus Corey, Dustin versus Nate. 15 and 16, Braden versus Andy, Keith versus Jeremy. That's Keith Mager versus Jeremy. 17 and 18, John Conga versus Derek, Greg versus Charles. 19 and 20, Jace versus Dante, Lynn versus Daniel. 21 and 22 will be Jordan versus Kyle, Sean Hornberger versus Sean Jacobs. 23 and 24, Chris versus Tyler, and Daniel versus Scott. Thank you also for all of you, in the Northwest. These bowlers are from all over the Pacific Northwest, from Canada. Thank you for all of you tuning in today and supporting bowling in Montana and bowling in general. All right, I will take a short break and be back. Let's see, I do have Jake's asking for an update on Alf's game. Let's see, where was Alf in round 5? Alf was on 11 and 12 against Nate. That one was fairly close. And I don't recall who won that, but I can give an update once the scores are posted on Tournament Bowl. I know that was a tight match between Alf and Nate. The last I looked at it. So I will give you an update as soon as we see that. Also, you can take a look at scores on Tournament Bowl. So I'll take just a quick break here as they're starting round 6. Be back shortly. Thank you guys.
What time did you go home? What time did you get out of here? So not long.
Okay, last game I just talked to Alf, and he said he shot 189 the last game, and I believe his opponent shot 190. So that was a close one, and he did lose that match, I believe. But he just told me he shot 189. So tight one, not great. The scores will be coming down. So if you're not seeing many big deuces, no surprise. When the transition happens, it can get ugly. But today, so far, there are people that really have separated themselves. The haves and have-nots. And we're starting to get a pretty clear picture of who's going to be at the top of this at the end of the day. Breck is still striking. And we've got a lot of the people. Josh Link is still just hammering them. Alpha started this game with a strike. He is on 9 and 10. So if you didn't catch that earlier, that's where he is. Yep, and Al Struckner, he's in pretty deep. He's got a pretty good look, it looks like right now.
Well, if nobody else has come down, she
Hey. Lane's 9 and 10 right now. Lane's 9 and 10 right now. There are some X's coming up. So we have Chad. Alpha Dayton all starting strong. So maybe some scoring is going to happen during this transition. Oh, Alf gets another one, so he starts with 3. So he and Chad both have the front 3. On lane 14, we've got the front 4 happening. So there is a little bit of scoring. That certainly yesterday on the last 2 shifts of qualifying, once we got kind of to this point in the transition, it really got difficult. And it was not conducive. Oh, and I was wrong on Alf's. He shot 170, so maybe he misunderstood what I asked. Maybe his opponent shot 189. I know he was in a close match. The last one. And did not win. So maybe that's what he was relaying to me. So that hurts him a little bit. But it looks like he's got something going this particular match. He's got the front 3 and the shot looks good. They're on 9 and 10, so I get a good look at it. So we just about have all of the games in. For round 5. Still missing a few of the scores. We had Braden hurt his cause that game. He only shot 186 and did not win, so no bonus pins. And there's still a few scores to come in, but I don't know if they're going to impact the top 10. There we go, we're in. So at the end of 5, top 5, we have Josh, Lewis, Breck, Sean Hornberger, and Ken. So those are your top 5 right now. 6 through 10, we have Felicia, Charles, Braden, Marcus, and Chris Gray. And it looks like Charles, the strategy that he said he was going to employ today, looks to be working for him. It's keeping him right in it. So we'll see if he can continue there. Chad's off to a nice start with the front 4. Let's see if he can throw number 5. Oh, leaves a 7 pin. Always a little late coming back. And leaves the 7. You know, Louis Dobie's off to a great start again. He's got the front 3. Okay, so here we are. Here's Josh Link leaves the 7. I had the 5-7 stand. And here's the difficulty I was talking about earlier. We are now in game 6, so we're just starting the halfway point of the position of the match play. And Josh Link is already sliding on the left gutter. And we still have 6 more to play. So that's what happened yesterday, is when the transition happened, the heads went away so quickly. And that one, it didn't finish for him. You know, it was way late coming back, almost 5-7. Left just a 7. But that's what's going to start to happen, I believe. So it's going to be very difficult to just pound strikes and make big moves as we move along. So, you know, you look at the players that are around 20th. They are off the top 5 right now. You know, they're 100 pins, over 100 off the top 5. Making that ground up is going to be difficult unless the people ahead of them in between just start to come back to them. You're going to have a tough time putting a big dent in it. And Breck just left a split. We'll see if Lewis can throw the 5th one. He's got the front 4. Josh gets another strike, so he's doing it, but you know, he is sliding left gutter now. Let's see if I can get a look at how far left Lewis is playing. He just went through the face for the 3-6-10. Dave Martinich, he's sliding left gutter. Big 4 for Dayton. I'm seeing a few more splits take place now. And Lewis just flagged the 3-6-10. Blew by the 3. He's still well in control of his match. His opponent is not doing anything too spectacular at this point. Yeah, it is starting. The difficulties are starting to happen. Rick strikes again after that split. Alf just flagged a 10 pin. But now is, you know, at this point the transition's happening. scores are going to come down. You absolutely cannot open frames. You've got to fill the frames. Dale Williams is off to a pretty hot start. Split the first frame, but he's got a four-bagger since. Or was that Dale? No, looking at the wrong ball. That was. Yeah, we'll see what Josh can do here. He's up on lane 11. And it's light. The ball did not finish. Lewis isn't as far left as Josh. Oh, Lewis just left the pocket 7-10. Breck just bringing 10. Josh picks up his spare. So we should see this game 6, scoring pace lower. And Lewis does not get anything, so it's 8 out for him. Marcus is starting to come alive here a little bit. Breck converts to spare. Dale ends his. That's. It's not Dale. I keep mistaking him. It's Jess that has the string going. Out carries, ball is light. Let's see what Josh does. See if he can get to the pocket. He did that time, struck. And carry. So that seems to be the difficulty now. Trying to get there and strike. Breck has cooled off a little bit. Marcus is making a run at him here. He's got a nice string going. Getting near the end of round 6, halfway point of match play. Marcus, flat 10, or is it a 6-10? No, flat 10. Cricket just leaves a flat 10, and he is sliding left of the left gutter. And we are halfway. So I'm not sure what we're going to see here in 2 or 3 more games. Corey Clayton has found something. He's starting to put a game together. And he's getting back in his match against Chad Hauser. Marcus just missed the 10. He was in control over Breck, and now he gives Breck a chance to climb back in it. Lewis gets a strike, and he is not quite as far left as many of the others that are scoring right now. Okay, we are just about to the end of game 6. So almost halfway. A reminder that I will, once we get the scores posted after game 6, and it will take a few minutes, so give Bernie a chance to get them up. TournamentBowl.com, you can see those scores. I will go through the top 5 and 10, see where everything stands. Josh just had an ugly 9th frame, or 10th frame for him. 223, he will win. But ugly 10th. Still a nice game as this transition's happening. I will go through and give you an update on the top 5, top 10. And then from this point forward, I'm going to be trying to look at the matches that impact that top 5 or 10. See if anybody in that 5 or 10 is moving backwards, and if anyone below that is making a big move forward, and then what's happening near the top. Lewis just almost missed the head pin. Alfonso almost missed the head pin. We are halfway. Halfway, it's about wrapping up. We do have the games down on lanes 1 to 2, 3 and 4 especially are quite a bit behind. Everybody else is about at the same pace. We have a great game going on lane 16, and that I believe is Braden. So he's already near the top, and it looks like what I thought may happen possibly is happening, that the left-handers as we go through this transition, the right-handers have to move so far right and start to struggle. I mean, have to move so far left and start to struggle. The left-handers are going to have a better time of it for a while. So these next few games, I think, are going to be telling. See how Braden finishes up. He's got a chance for a real big game here. It looks like Braden may be trying a ball change. Braden missed right there. So that's 267 for Braden. All right, we are getting finished up here. A few decent games going on. See what Lewis finishes up with. That was flush. So he's got a possible 222. One more strike. He is going to win his match. So that'll keep him near the top. Josh had the 223, won his match, so he'll stay up near the top. Braden, huge match. So he'll be up near the top. So it's starting to become really clear who the real contenders are. Looks like we're finished on 1 and 2. Lewis gets a messenger to carry for the 222 lane 7. So 7 and 8 are finished up. Looks like they're still completing their game on 21-22, or no, 23-24. 19 and 20, they're still finishing. 3 and 4, 5 and 6, they're still finishing. So we've almost completed the first 6. Getting close.
Yeah, I'm only plus 30 on the day. I know you're well over that.
Yeah, that fifth game, shot 210.
So I lost my second game at 190.
All right. Still finishing up on 19 and 20. Still finishing up on 5 and 6, 3 and 4. Ken is down there on 3 and 4. He just moved up into contention, and he's not throwing a big game. This one, I cannot see where he stands in that game. It looks like it's reasonably close. I don't have a real good look at it. Yeah, it looks like that game's within 10 pins that the game is Ken is in. $19 and 20, almost finished. And a few strikes happening on 3 and 4. 19 and 20, 3 and 4. And the pair's still trying to finish up. Yeah, just about through there. Still a couple of bowlers to go on 19 and 20. Okay, so we are halfway. We are halfway. It is going to be lunchtime, so we will take a break here. You can go to tournamentbowl.com to see the current standings. I will give you, we'll give you a little review, rundown of things when we come back. But it is time for lunch, and then the second half of the day. Again, thank you all for joining us today, and I really hope you're enjoying the bowling that you're seeing. See you shortly.
I know that one song.
I mean, I did get Brooke that way to I did get the audiobook and listen to that novel.
Which book? My play.
The Badass.
You are badass at the beginning? Or you are just badass?
I got the Badass.
The yellow one.
I got the newest one.
Wait, show me.
Well, it's not. I did the audiobook. But I listened to the words.
Oh, so it will have like a portion where you
Yeah.
And are you liking it?
Oh, I already listened to it.
Did you like it? The truck is Yeah, it's really good.
See, like when I do audiobooks, I listen to it like 4 or 5.
Same. Otherwise, I don't comprehend it as like I don't sink in as much. The next one you should get is Mindful Apples.
I actually thought about that.
George Miller. He works with Phil Jackson's like go-to. Right. You get the Gurus Guru. And at one point, I just got really inspired. And then so he calls it his Apple Harlem. Get his ass together. Right? And so then he started meditation centers in the US before he moved. It's good shit.
One of my.
All right, we're gonna take a few minute break here, about 20 minutes. There is food in the back dining room for the bowlers. Whenever we feel everybody has got caught up and got ate, we'll get back out and get going.
It's not as good. It's like it's just a pretty straightforward. We're just talking about how the little things you can do in life. It's short little things, but in the long term, make everything simple choices. A little more on the business side, but
Compound effect, so it compounds.
it's crazy. And it's good. It is.
You know compound.
He doesn't know shit.
My computer knows it.
And I was like,
Josh. I led the tournament.
No, you can 7.
I'm 86.
I got 2 more days. And we're 2 years away from the 49, so.
I've loaned him out
Where we sat on. We
He already turned 50 while there.
sorry, yeah, he's just waiting for us to be of 90.
Great. I don't want that. Well, you and I will like that. That'd be great.
Yeah, you keep listening to more books like that.
Keeps listening to me.
I listen. No. I listen to you at Q140.
He only listens to me at certain times.
Good call right there. Good call.
I'll just say, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my jam right there. Process.
The result.
just turn off my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I had a chance. That's me at the playing 10 top. Chance. I saw that. Playing 3 bombs on 7. Are you moving together? No, I think we're crossing. Oh, okay. So you're here next? I just got done here. Oh, you're just done here? Yeah, so I don't know if I go there or skip another one. No, you go next. I think if we just flip positions. Yeah. Somebody goes from top to bottom. Yeah. But I think so. The people that we will first were on 11 and 12. Yeah. And then I was on 7 and 8. Both go here, so I'm hold them. Because I looked at my sheet. I just feel so I'm guessing divide this way as possible. You guys get that's which one? Second low gear? I see your bowl. I see you're bowling well. Just take the wrap and ditch the wrap and have a Caesar salad. And then there's a turkey bacon sandwich. It's pretty good.
You remember? It's shocking.
I don't know a lot of people that don't. So it's like a Caesar wrap. I got some cereal in the bag. Dots pretzel.
I come here and buy
Have you had the purple one?
I have a small bag of them. I haven't opened
So
them.
that seems like really good.
I mean, no, I have a bag. I will try them. Yeah, I will get there.
See, I like to combine them with peanut M&M's.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's like a little trail mix type thing.
Yeah.
But without the raisins.
Oh, fun stuff.
Just not winning any matches.
Yeah, no, I bring back like the Southwest ones.
I mean, scratch.
And it will make
Oh,
sense.
yeah.
Like donate.
First game, they shot 160. Okay, would you play it's 2 rolls? It's probably 1-2-4. I mean, that's so Well, yeah, done 60 something, yeah, so that's only 2 minutes. Shipping.
What'd you gain?
Come down here, you get a nice big bag for like $6.
And you told him
You just start
he doesn't need to know.
Yeah, because I'm getting
They have It's a good idea.
So this was the, like, we had we were all concerned about the I saw the stars and stuff.
I took a lap around the whole building.
is there? Okay.
On the back of the picture, she described the dog. One of them was for the first time.
Well, rather than having to call you and not get a hold of me and figure out how to get in there. Where were we at? You had to ask them for the room, and they just let you get a room key. Yeah, without even asking for information or anything, they just gave them a key.
Was he allowed? That's scary. Well, like, I don't know if every aunt's got I got the right I got a little nervous in the parking lot. You did good. We're still alive. Like an ass.
I went to Sweden.
So we went after. That's part of that. That's because that's no, her friend. Yeah, no God would have killed her.
It's snowing here, Mike, too.
Please have so much fun. Drive careful with the time comes. Did you fall?
Oh,
You did, right?
last year when I was on a basketball game, I was going down the steps and I.
But I'm always on big strides.
Oh, do you?
It's a great.
Oh, I was like, is it like a that's the same height.
laser goes.
See, that irritates me. I could see you in either one of them. Gotcha.
That's what I just.
No, I'm just saying, there's loads of things. I think you guys should do it.
You should do it. It's a good experience for you.
You think I'm not a I'd fall down. What do you think she looks graceful? I don't remember. I can't believe
Me, Kale,
because I don't remember him kissing
and David. Well, he threw the ball. He danced out to the arrows in the gutter. And he couldn't bounce his left foot, so he couldn't go right to catch himself on the gutter. Because in the left gutter, on his left foot. No, it just happened. He straddled the lane. Oh, it was hilarious.
You know, I don't.
He goes, how am I supposed to get out of here? I don't know what to do. It's your problem. Well, he couldn't straddle the lane because of the left foot. He got it. They had to straddle the catch.
It bounced out of the one gutter, went into the other gutter. Yep. And it just starts running in the gutter to go get it.
It's area.
And then she fell in the gutter. Yeah, your shield. She took his tail. Yeah, and then I had the other guy. And she went chasing.
I had a great look at that. And I skipped the G all the way, and then game 3, and game 2 was okay.
They give me that. She's a two. Always.
You didn't throw it.
I don't know how it's gonna fall.
No, the ball hits and it goes. And then things are going to roll. We'll roll a little bit.
Oh, you're what? Honeycombs. Walk around with honeycombs.
Go want some, let me know. Put my backpack.
So yeah, 6 more. I think so. So you're following, right? So you're well, that's me. 10 tall. So you're 9. 5. No shit. Where you standing on stop? On lane 9? No, I was there on 10. And then 4 goes left on 9. Oh shit. Inside 50. 9 and 10. And then I didn't move on in the 10 frame on 10 because it was way tighter. And then I go 4-6.
That's what I wasn't.
Through the face. That was your 8th frame. You gotta get started. No, but well, I stuffed up the spare. And then yeah, that was on like 9.
I was too, and I turned it
No,
off.
like 2, I made him move because the lane I looked and I left the pocket. So my shit. So
Huh?
made a 2-board move on round 3. Tripped a 4-6.
Coming down.
And I moved back right on lane 10. Moved again left on 9. Not enough. Another 8. Another. And then I figured it out 4 in a row. And then I beat it. Missed the move on 10. So those two legs were really good. I didn't bowl on it. It was just suck. Just watch for it.
Yeah, I want to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to guess which one's going to be closer. Is it going to be closer to 9 or is it going to be closer to 10? We'll just don't split the difference.
Go and pray. Okay.
Hopefully, let's get some.
Probably kind of like the same size.
If everybody wants to start making their way back towards their pairs.
Smile.
Back.
Did they leave already?
Yet again.
I'm still in third.
When it's legal, how about?
I talked about that because I bowled it the day before, so I thought about how today square faces. What up? So today I expect 2 less balls. It's going to be 6 switched away. So yeah, I just stuff like that. Yeah. Bernie has it down there and I'll So I'll ask him to step out of that. I know the different colors, so I can tell when to switch that. And I did have that great, just serendipity. He was hitting the left and right.
All right, guys, we're going to turn them on, give you 5 minutes to warm up, and then we will get you going. A reminder, now the A bowlers and the D bowlers are on bottom, and the B bowlers and the C bowlers are on top. If you were on top the last side, you go to the bottom. on the added money. We are over $6,000 in added money for this event. Thank you everybody for that.
All right, welcome back. We are ready to start the second half of match play today. Your top 5 is Josh, Lewis, Breck, Braden, and Ken. Next 5, Marcus, Dustin, Charles, Sean Hornberger, and Felicia. And we are way left right now across the house. The time has come where scoring could be interesting. That certainly was the case yesterday in qualifying, and today I have no reason to believe it's not going to happen that way. Okay, so you have 18th place is now 100 behind the top 5. So that's where we look there in this particular round. On lanes 1 and 2, we have Keith Van Setten versus Craig, Nolan versus Luke. Lanes 3 and 4, Stacy versus Anthony, and Sean versus Ken. Lanes 5 and 6, Marcus versus Breck. That'll be a good early match here to set some of the tone. Dale versus Jess. Lanes 7 and 8, Joe versus Felicia, Jacob versus Lewis. Lanes 9 and 10, Corey Clayton versus Chad, Alf versus Dayton. 11 and 12, Dave Martinich versus Josh, Cricket versus KT. Lanes 13 and 14, Evely versus Corey, Dustin versus Nate. 15 and 16, Braden versus Andy, Keith Mager versus Jeremy. 17 and 18, John versus Derek, Greg versus Charles. 19 and 20, Jace versus Dante, Lynn versus Daniel. Lanes 21 and 22, Jordan versus Kyle, Sean Hornenberger versus Sean Jacobs. So we have the Seans, 21 and 22, 23 and 24, Chris versus Tyler, and Daniel versus Scott. So I will try to keep kind of an eye on Ken's game, down on 3 and 4. He's sitting in 5th place right now. As we start to look at that cut to the top 5, I'll try to pay attention to 5 and 6, the game between Breck and Marcus, because that's going to be important for the position in the top 5 as well. Oh, I'm sorry, man. I apologize. I gave you all of the wrong information there. I was still looking at round 6. Those are the matches that just completed. So one more run through this. I apologize. Lanes 1 and 2, Sean against Sean Jacobs versus Sean Hill. Lanes 1 and 2 also, Kyle versus Stacy. 3 and 4, Scott versus Dale, and Tyler versus Marcus. 5 and 6, Luke versus Jacob, Craig versus Joe. 7 and 8, Ken versus Alf, Anthony versus Corey. 9 and 10, Jess versus Cricket, Breck versus Dave Martinich. 11 and 12, Lewis versus Dustin. That's going to be a match with some impact. Felicia versus Evely. 13 and 14, Dayton versus Keith Mager, Chad versus Braden. 15 and 16, KT versus Greg, Josh versus John. 17 and 18, Nate versus Lynn, Corey versus Jace. 19 and 20, Jeremy versus Sean Hornenberger, Andy versus Jordan. 21 and 22, Charles versus Daniel, Derek versus Chris. 23 and 24, Daniel versus Nolan, and Dante versus Keith Van Setten. So I apologize. Those are your matches for Game 7. So I will try to keep track of the top 5 and then those that are just out. The match between Dustin and Lewis, that is on 11 and 12. That could definitely have some impact as this goes along. All right, as we get rolling on this second half, this was record turnout, 309 entries, top 48 are bowling today, 48 survivors. The shot, as the transition happened, the ball started to read yesterday, qualifying, read very early, get tight down lane, so the scores did drop considerably once we got into the transition area, which is where we are now. Some people are already sliding on the left gutter. So it'll be interesting to see how everything moves forward. This is the 35th annual Ring in 10. Sponsors for this, we have Butte Auto, McKinsey River Pizza, Zip Beverage, Century Gaming, Storm Products. We have Alley Cat Lanes, Paul and Karen Dean up there in Shoto. Star Lanes here. Harry Schaefer, thank you for running this tournament. Bernie Coons running Tournament Bowl. You can see all the scores at tournamentbowl.com. Tom Krosky running 406 Streaming, bringing you this good content. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. We've seen some pretty fine bowling so far. Hope that continues throughout the day. There are, if you still need to get your scratch bowling fix, the tournament season is coming to an end, but there still are a couple. Ladies Scratch Tournament in Ronan at Lucky Strike Lanes. That's April 27th and 28th. The 2 p.m. shift is full, but 9 and 6 are still open. Contact Tim Corbett up there in Ronan to get a spot. Also in Big Fork, the battle at Big Fork at Grizzly Lanes, Randall Page, May 4th and 5th. Shifts at 9 and 3. So give a call up there and get signed up for that. Dustin and Lewis are not off to a real strong start on 11 and 12 right now. And are struggling. Dustin really needs a decent game here to get himself up near the top. Dave Martinich has come out pretty strong after lunch here. Braden is not carrying right now. Breck just 10 back, solid right in the pocket. And Braden carries. So he's still looking pretty good. Seen a lot of shots now go through the face or going Brooklyn. Ken is off to a good start against Alf. Alf is also off to a decent start. He does have an open frame. He opened the second. Ken has yet to open. Ken is sliding left, got a left to 10 pin there. Yeah, Sean Hornberger starting out with the front 5. Let's see if he can get the 6th. And he does. So he's off to a solid start. Looks like on 17 and 18.
Good job, sir.
Looks like on 17 and 18. Is that 17 and 18? Yeah, 17 and 18. Looks like Nate. No, not Nate. Not sure who is off to that start. Maybe Jace Hauser is the one that's off to a great start over there. Ken went through the face, got a 6 count. His match is tight. He really needs to convert this to stay close. And he does. So Ken and Alf are within a pin of each other. Breck is starting to fall behind Dave a little bit. Dave Light did not carry. Oh yeah, if you want to take it.
lot better than last one.
right, so Breck with one more strike here. Oh, leaves the 4-9. So he isn't going to get to deuce, but close. So it's not going to be as bad as it could have been. So Felicia, Sean, and Ken all are going to improve their positions here. They both excellent games. Going to move up. Lewis, Josh, Breck, they're struggling. They're struggling in this game. So they're going to come back to the pack a little bit. Okay, we're about finished up with this round. Again, as soon as the scores get up, I'll let you know how things stand and where it looks. You can also check what's going on tournamentbowl.com. It will take Bernie just a minute or two afterwards to get everything posted. After the last game's complete, he'll get things posted. But there's some movement. There's some movement that's going to happen there. A lot of ball changes were going on. The transition is in full swing right now, and we have some people lost and some people that are hitting it. So there are definitely going to be some moves and some changes. At this point. All right, so we have about half the house, a little more than half the house finished with round 7. It started with round 8 shortly, and I will, as I said, go through the scoring with you and see where everything stands going into a round 8. For those of you that haven't been on the whole time and are wondering where some of the usual Sunday players are, Gio and Daria and Alex and Nick Bagaro and Clay and people like that, the USBC Masters in Las Vegas is starting, and they are down there. The schedules this year unfortunately overlap, so they're missing today. Nonetheless, there are some great bowlers here, some great bowling happening. Conditions are very difficult. This transition here, yesterday in qualifying, was extremely hard. Ball started to read early. It was very tight down lane. It started out as a 40-foot, and still is 40-foot flat pattern. Not so flat anymore. The middle is pretty beat up. The heads are pretty beat up. It's a tricky shot to navigate right now. During Game 6, Josh Link was already sliding left gutter. He had a few other people doing the same, and that's halfway through. So we'll see who can handle it the best the rest of the way. When all the scores get posted at Tournament Bowl, I will give you an update with the standings for match 8, now that we're finishing up 7. For 8, your matchups will be on 1 and 2, Dale and Daniel, Marcus and Dante. On 3 and 4, Jacob and Sean Jacobs, Joe and Kyle. On lanes 5 and 6, Alf and Scott, Corey Clayton and Tyler. On 7 and 8, Cricket and Luke, Dave, Martinich and Craig. On 9 and 10, Dustin and Ken, Evely and Anthony. 11 and 12, Keith Mager and Jess, Braden and Breck. Now that match right there on 11 and 12, and that's right in front of me. That one is going to be very important in the overall standings. Lanes 13 and 14, Greg and Lewis, John and Felicia. 15 and 16, Lynn and Dayton, Jace and Chad. There we go, little in the family. 17 and 18, Sean Hornberger, Katie Simpson, Jordan Harrington, Josh. 19 and 20, Daniel and Nate, Chris and Corey. 21 and 22, Nolan and Jeremy, Keith Van Setten and Andy. And 23 and 24, Sean Hill, Charles Wilkin, Stacy and Derek. So the real interesting match is the match that's on 11 and 12 with Breck and Braden. That could have a significant impact. We are getting a little bit later in things, past halfway now. We'll see who can do something here. Okay, Dustin Wardell is struggling now. He really needed a game that last one. Wasn't able to put one together. Scoring pace has slowed considerably. There are a few bowlers that are scoring, but overall, the pace has slowed down tremendously from what it was earlier in the day. We do have, interestingly enough, and this is a strategy I tried with some success, not incredible, or I'd be here today, I guess, but we do have some people that have decided to try and really flatten things out and move right rather than, continuing to move left. I'm not sure how successful that's going to be, but we'll see. And I looking at Braden right now, I don't know what he started the day with, but it looks like he is throwing urethane at this point. But again, left side, transition, not as big an impact for them. Breck starts out with a split, the 2-8-10, so not a great start to his day. Another Dustin packs 12 back. Ken starts with a strike. He's up in the second, so we'll see if he continues what he started that last match. Lewis split the first frame, so he is still struggling a little bit. Josh struck, so he made another ball change. And he went nice fair strike to start his match. So that ball change is a little more successful, it looks like, than what he had been doing earlier. Let's see if Lewis can do something here. He threw his first ball in the ditch in the second frame. And he's digging a little bit of a hole against Gray. The scores are almost complete for round 7. And Lewis, on his spare attempt at that full rack, leaves the 2-8, so he's 8 out there. So split 7-2 in the first frame, ditch 8 in the second frame. Not in great shape. Ken got a 9 spare. Braden left one. All right, so after 7, your top 5 are Josh and Lewis. And the only thing that saved Lewis to some degree that in that match was he shot 158 but won. So he did get the 30 bonus pins. Ken has gotten himself up to 3rd. Braden is in 4th. Breck has dropped to 5th. And Sean Hornberger now is in 6th place, and he is only a handful of pins out of 5th. Felicia is in 7th, and she also is creeping up on 5th place. Charles is 8th, Luke is 9th, Sean Hill is 10th. But you look at Sean Hill at 10th, and he is still 30 out of 5th. When we get down to like 16th place, they're 150 out of 5th. So realistically, we're looking at the top 10 now are kind of the players for the step ladder, unless somebody can shoot big games. And I really don't see it. There are some big games happening, but the scoring pace in general has slowed, and there's a lot of struggling going out there. So I just think that enough people in the top 5 to 8 are going to keep bowling well enough that those that are outside of that top 8 are going to have some trouble. Making a big move. Now Ken has split his 3rd, so a little bit of damage there. Keith Mager started out pretty hot on 11 and 12. Or no, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Oh no, that is correct. It is Keith that started out pretty hot. And there, Breck and Braden not off to a hot start. So since the break, Breck has not gotten back to the form he was in before the break. He has not found it. And John Conger's starting to score just a little bit. Felicia is opposed to him, and she is not off to a great start in this match. We'll see what Ken can do after splitting the last frame. Josh strikes. He did make the ball change. He's got 1 split with that ball. And Breck opens. So he's got 2 opens in the first 3 frames of this game. So he's going to have to figure something out, or he's going to continue to fade. All right, Lewis did manage to get a mark. We'll see what he can do here. All right, Keith Mager on 12's got a 4-bagger. Hey, Lewis, what are we going to do here? Lewis carries, but it wasn't the best shot in the world. Desperately needed it, though. Greg Thomas is pretty steady against Keith, or against Lewis. Seeing some more ball changes happening. So all is not stable at the top right now. Breck back in the pocket. That's been a long time coming. That was a good shot. Jace putting up a score. So down on 23 and 24. It looks like we have a decent score going. And that's maybe Sean Hill or Charles Wilkins. Sean, I believe, is who it is. All right, Ken is up. He really needs a double here to continue the momentum. Oh, solid 9. That ball was just a little bit high, but it was a great shot. All right, Lewis is up. Gets a spare, so 9 spare for Lewis. He is still down by about 20 in his match. Really needs to get something going. John Conger now has a 3-bagger, so he's starting to make a little bit of hay, but he's struggled the last couple before this. Felicia really needs to keep pace with John. And she does not strike. She doesn't carry the 7-pin. Couple of nice size games going on right now, but a lot of very mediocre games happening. And Braden almost gets a carry, just leaves the 10-pin. All right, Lewis is up. He really needs a strike here. And no, through the nose. He does not strike. Leaves the 4-6-10. So he is experiencing a little bit of trouble. And Ken is in a little bit of difficulty here. He flagged the single pin in the 5th. He did strike the 6th. And Dustin super washout in the 6th. So he's in a little bit of trouble against Ken. He's just letting Ken right back in this one.
Plus.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of balls cross, a lot of balls go through the face. Felicia gets a strike. John converts. Oh, Dustin. That looked good for a long time. But he's given control of the match back to Ken. And Jess, he's got something happening. So the people that are near the bottom, farther down the standings, are maybe starting to find something, whereas the people up on top that were scoring early are starting to struggle just a little bit. That's the thing with this format. It's a long day. Conditions change a lot as the day goes on. Breck just threw it through the face. So he closed in a little bit in his match, but he still trails. Lewis converts. So he, at this point, he's got 83 through 6, so the best he can shoot, he goes off the sheet, is 193. And that may not be enough to win, so that would be without bonus spins. Brighton is struggling just a little bit on this pair. Ken does not strike. You'd think he liked that. It looked like he liked it when he let it go, but it did not strike. Hey, he needs to pick this. Needs to pick this up to stay in control of the match. That's getting interesting. Greg Thomas is still in control over Lewis. Okay, Josh is right at the chip. That ball change that he made, now he's got a 5-bagger, so he's moving more in a positive direction. Hey, we're just about to wrap up. Just about to wrap up round 8. All right, let's see what Ken does here. Gets a strike, but it looks like it was a mystery to him. Okay, Breck left a single pin and converted it. So he is still trailing Braden. Braden missed way left. Got that ball left. It did not finish. So that certainly could give Breck the opening that he needed. Felicia's now got a 3-bagger and is gaining ground on John. She could really use the win here. So we'll see how the last 2 frames shake out. And Braden does not convert. So he has given the lead in that match to Breck. So we are nearing the end of round 8. We'll give Bernie a chance at the end of round 8 to get the scores in. And then take a look at where everything sits. Josh does not strike. Breaks his string with a 4 count. Looks like a bucket. And quite a few spare misses now. Jess is going to bowl a big game here, but he has so much ground to make up. Okay, Dustin has a possible 174 if he converts to spare. Ken still can shoot 205. See what he does in the 9. And he strikes. So he's in full control of that match now. And with Braden and Breck struggling, Ken doing all right, Lewis is really struggling, Josh is kind of righted the ship. Sean Hornberger and Felicia, they're in a position to move up some. I cannot see what's happening down at 23 and 24. door down there? All right, Breck got a 9 count. So Braden struck in the 8th. Breck got a 9 count in the 8th, and he is up right now by 5. See what Dobie does. Right through the face. So best he can shoot is another 158 if he spares us and strikes. And Breck got his spare. So that match will come down to the 10th. Yeah, so Dobie's going to shoot 158 and no bonus pins this time. So he is certainly, Lewis is certainly in risk of drifting way back. See what Dustin does? Dustin threw it through the face. So he's most likely going to be in the 140s. Ken is already there, so Ken has this match in hand. We're just going to see what he ends up shooting. Oh, very high. Tripped the 4-9. Okay, there are a few decent games going on out there. Josh left another bucket. That's going to, that game right there, pretty much put an end to Dustin's day. After that 137, he needed something here that did not happen. Ken strikes again. So he's going to shoot deuce here. Get the 30. And be in good shape. So now we have Braden and Breck. And Braden has struck again. So he can shoot 208 and Breck can shoot 203. So we'll see how that shakes out. All right, for round 9, the matchups will be on lanes 1 and 2, Charles and Jacob, Derek and Joe. On lanes 3 and 4, Daniel and Alf, Dante and Corey Clayton. 5 and 6, Sean Jacobs, Cricket, Kyle and Dave. Lanes 7 and 8, Scott and Dustin, Tyler and Evelyn. 9 and 10, Luke and Keith, Meagher, Craig and Braden. 11 and 12, Ken and Greg, Anthony and John. 13 and 14, Jess and Lynn, Breck and Jace. 15 and 16, Lewis and Sean. Now, Sean Hornberger. Lewis really needs to get it together in that match and take down Sean. That one is going to have significance as we get toward the end of the day. Also on 15 and 16, Felicia and Jordan. 17 and 18, Dayton and Daniel, Chad and Chris. 19 and 20, KT and Nolan, Josh and Keith Van Setten. 21 and 22, Nate and Sean Hill, Corey and Stacy. And 23 and 24, Jeremy and Dale, and Andy and Marcus. When we get the scores posted for this last match, we'll take a look at the standings, see where everything is. But the match between Lewis and Sean Hornberger, that's going to be key. What happens there? Okay, Ken did shoot 205. He's going to get the 30 pins, so that's going to help him. He'll move ahead of Lewis. Braden Breck, Lewis will all move down the standings. Josh should sort of hold serve a little bit there. I think he had enough of a lead, and he didn't bowl that bad a game. But there are some things that are a changing up near the top. I'm going to take a short break here and be back momentarily. All right, we've got most of the next matches started. And again, the match between Lewis and Sean Hornberger. That's a big one. That's a big one. So once Bernie gets all the scores posted, we'll go through everything and see where it all stands. So we start to wind down.
It's not that big. That's why I never decided.
I left the 6-pin.
I was gonna run that out, but you know, rather run it out.
All right, Ken is off to a decent start. Good shot, carried for him. So it is one thing too. This tournament was won last year by Gio. He is not here this year, so we will definitely have a new champion for the 2024 Ring and 10. Oh, Braden flags a 7-pin. So not a great start to his match. He saved that last one. And we have most of the scores in. Most of the scores in from that last one. And not seeing as many strikes. Down on lanes 5 and 6, we have some strikes being thrown. There's a lot of searching going on out there. Ken is getting up to throw his second frame. Still a couple of scores to put in. All right, so with 8 in the books, our top 5 is Josh Link, Ken, Braden, Lewis, and Charles has now moved into the top 5. So for those of you that weren't here with us earlier, Charles and I talked last night about a change in strategy he was going to employ today to try and score better when the transition happened. And he did use that strategy today and how he was going to start. And it seems to be successful because he is now in the top 5. Breck has moved out of the top 5. Sean Hornberger hurt himself that last, after the 278, shoots 163 and drops out. Breck has dropped out of the top 5. Braden, he went off the sheet through a 5-bagger at the end. Really limited the damage to his position. So right now, Charles in 5th is 18 ahead of Breck in 6th. So 6 through 10, we've got Breck, Luke, Sean Hornberger, Felicia, and Dayton. 10th place is 110 right now. Or not 110. Is 90. Is 90 out of 5th. So it's getting to the point where it's going to be tough for those people to get there. 11th is 100, is just about 100 out of 5th with 4 to play. Doable certainly, but needing a lot of help. So if you're not in the top 10 right now, it's unlikely that you're going to make it. So right now we have Josh, Ken, Braden, Lewis, and Charles in the top 5. Breck, Luke, Sean, Felicia, and Dayton, top 10. So those, I think, are really your players right now. So Charles is down on 1 and 2, and I cannot see that pair very well. Luke is on 9 and 10. I have a very good look at that pair. No one on 9 and 10 is really burning it up yet. Braden is also on 9 and 10. Ken on 11-12 starts with a double and a 9 pin. Josh is on 19 and 20, and I don't have a great look at 19 and 20. But it looks like Josh is starting off fairly hot. So the ball change he made in the middle of the last game has served him well if he's still in that same ball. Braden has started to struggle just a little bit on the left side. So Lewis and Sean on 15 and 16. Neither one is off to a great start. Both struggling just a little bit. And Breck is in just a little bit of trouble early on 13 and 14. Brown is up on 10, getting himself in the top, and that ball did not finish, so he's struggling just a little bit on 9 and 10. Let's see what Ken can do in his 4th frame. Lewis converts to spare. So he's plugging away, but he's not shooting anything big, and he's in a tight match. And he's in a tight match with Sean, and neither one is really doing a heck of a lot. It looks like Sean is going to get another ball, making another ball change. Ken has made a ball change as well.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Charles just threw a strike. Ken converts to spare. So he stays clean in his match. We'll see if Lewis or Sean can take control. Breck got a strike. Definitely he needed that. Chase Hauser's got the front 4. Okay, Sean struck and Dobie split. So maybe that ball change for Sean will start to get him headed back in the correct direction. Josh gets a spare. And Dobie opens. Lewis Dobie opens, so he's in a little bit of trouble against Sean. He did have a fairly good cushion, but now he's using it up. So Luke Brown's got a split. Ken struck 10 back. That was a nice ball. So that ball change is working for him. And Luke opens. So he trails in his match. And Breck's got a 4-bagger. We'll see if he can get to 5. Jace. And he does. He trips the 4. So Breck gets 5-bagger. Jace has the front 5. Lewis leaves a 7-pin. So his opponent Sean has a double, so Lewis is in a little trouble here. He's got 90 in the 6th. And Jace strikes. So he's got the front 6. So he could, I mean, Jace is way on the outside looking in right now, but if he goes out to shoot, shoots 300, he can get himself into the land of hope. And Luke just left a 5 count, so he's having a little trouble. And he does not convert. So Luke only has 78 in the 6th right now. Ken 10 back, that was dead flush. So he's now got a double. Greg is coming up with a 3-bagger. Greg is in control of that match, but Ken is clean. So he's keeping things going. Greg running a 10, so that gives Ken a little bit of hope. He strikes, Ken spares, then they'll be back close. Okay, Breck got another strike, so he now has a 6-bagger. Jace has the front 7. Okay, Lewis gets a spare. But the best Lewis can shoot is 189. That's if he goes off the sheet in the 9th and 10. Sean, on the other hand, has a 3-bagger and is in good shape. And he's going to right his ship with this game unless the wheels fall off at the end. But it's looking pretty good for him. All right, so Luke gets a strike. However, his opponent, Keith, now has a 3-bagger and is in control. So Luke is in a considerable hole in that match. And Braden is in a big hole against Craig. Okay, Jace is coming up with the front 7. And Braden comes up light, so he's in a little trouble. Braden is in trouble in his match. Okay, Jace is up and goes through the face. Leaves the 3-9-10, so that ends his streak at 7. Also gives Breck an opening. If Breck can strike here for the 7-bagger, that puts him right in this. And he does. Breck strikes, so that certainly gives him a chance with Jace. Braden gets the spare, but he's in trouble. Braden's in all kinds of trouble in his match. And Jace doesn't convert. So he can go off the sheet still for 263. And Breck still has 279 possible. Or 277, sorry. So that mistake in the 8th by Jace has given Breck a chance. Luke is light. And if he converts this, 70s is all he has a chance at. A lot of balls going Brooklyn through the face. So Felicia's in pretty good shape. Best that Lewis can do is 176. Sean Hornberger doesn't even need a mark to shut him out, but he really does need to go off the sheet to get a score to add those 30 pins to. And he goes through the face. Oh, lucky. Leaves just the 4-7. So Ken gets a 9 count. So Braden and Luke are both in trouble here. Lewis is in trouble. So again, the people that are at the top, that are in that top 5, are going to drift back toward the pack. Okay, Jay struck. So pressure remains on Breck to strike. Ken converts the spare. Okay, Breck is up. He really needs to strike here. And he doesn't. It's light. He leaves a bucket. So 253 is possible now for Breck. 263 still possible for Jace. He really had to have the strike there to keep the pressure on. All right, Luke is up. He's got 106 in the 8. So best he can do is 66. He does strike in the 9. Sean just left a crusher 8-pin. And Breck converts the bucket. So he will have a decent game, even if he doesn't get the victory. And Lewis shoots another game in the 140, 150s. So things will change again here. We are about finished with round 9. 2 to go, and then position round, and then cut to 5. Okay, Ken can go off the sheet to shut out Greg. Braden now is just 165 or 175 is what's possible. He's already lost, so he's not going to get 30 there. Luke, 166 possible. He also has lost that. Lewis with his third 150 game. Ken leaves the 5 pin. So best he can shoot is 234. 236 is possible for Greg. Oh, and Greg leaves the 4-5. So that may hand the match to Ken. Now we have Jason Breck, both shooting solid games. Ken gets the spare, so 234 possible for Ken. Luke gets another strike. And Braden leaves a bucket. So the best he can shoot is 161. Breck leaves the 6-10. So he will lose that, but at least he shoots a decent game against Jace. Luke is going to get to the 150s. So 151 for Luke, so that game hurts him considerably. .213 is the best that Greg can shoot with a mark, good count and a mark. Ken shuts him out. So Ken will shoot another deuce, get the bonus pins. So he will be in good shape. So once we get all of these games concluded in round 9, I'll give you a rundown as far as the scoring goes. For round 10, the matchups are lanes 1 and 2, Alf and Jeremy, Corey Clayton and Andy. Lanes 3 and 4, Cricket and Charles, Dave and Derek. Lanes 5 and 6, Dustin and Daniel. And we must have had a withdrawal. Evelyn is there with no opponent, so I don't see who's withdrawn. I'll have to look and see what's going on there. Lane 7 and 8, Keith Mager and Sean Jacobs, Braden and Kyle. 9 and 10, Greg and Scott, John and Tyler. 11 and 12, Lynn and Luke, Jace and Craig. 13 and 14, Sean Hornberger and Ken. So right there, Sean and Ken, that's another big match. Jordan and Anthony also on 13 and 14. 15 and 16, Daniel and Jess, Chris and Breck. 17 and 18, Nolan and Lewis, Keith Van Setten and Felicia. 19 and 20, Sean Hill, Dayton Willoughby, Stacy and Chad. 21 and 22, Dale and KT, Marcus and Josh. 23 and 24, Jacob and Nate, Joe and Corey. So Sean and Ken, that one on 13 and 14 is going to be a pivotal match. Okay, 2-0 is the best Greg can shoot. Ken struck, so he's got 204 in the ninth, so he's got a chance at 234, which will be very helpful to his cause.
Yeah, don't think I've heard. Perfect.
Yeah, so Dante has an injury to his arm, so he has withdrawn.
Out of town. Yeah, I get that.
You see one more and Ken shoots 234. All right, we're still finishing up the match on 11 and 12. Most of the other matches have started. Okay, Charles had 234 that game. So that will help solidify him. And Dave Martin has shot a 263 that game, so that will get him back in the mix. So Dave's on 3 and 4 against Derek. So Dave could use a big game here now that he's gotten himself sort of back in the mix. We've got Scott Douglas getting himself back in the mix as well. He only had 200 that game, but he did get the 30 bonus pins. And the scoring pace has slackened, so it's all a matter of who can put the big game together now. Yesterday at this point, there's not a chance of much happening as far as big games go. But today, it looks like there may be some out there. So we're almost complete. We're getting close. Close to being complete. Looks like Scott Douglas may have a shot. So he could be there. Okay, Ken and Sean so far, pretty equal. And we just about have all the scores in. The scores that aren't in, I don't think are going to make a difference to the standings as they are right now. Top 5, we have Josh, Ken, Charles, Breck, and Braden. So Braden hasn't destroyed his chances yet. 6 through 10, Lewis, Sean Horenberger, Dayton, Scott, and Felicia. So Scott has gotten himself back into it. Luke has dropped all the way to 11th with that 151 game. And he's almost 100 out. So after 9, 3 to play, almost 100 out. That starts to become a pretty tall task. Felicia is about 70 out. So that's a bit difficult as well. Scott is 60, just over 60 out of the top 5. So that's doable. He just needs to put together a big game here and win and hope for a little help at the top. Josh is 200 over the 6th place score, so he's looking good for being in one way or another. Ken right now is 170 over that, 150 over that 6th place score, so he's looking pretty good as well. So those two are looking pretty good for the top 5 right now, barring anything crazy. There are some others, though, that are starting to put on a little bit of pressure. The Dayton's on lane 20, and I cannot really see that very well. I'm not sure how he started that match. I'll try and catch that because he is in contention. Scott Douglas has started his match fairly strong. Luke Brown is struggling a little bit right now. Braden has a decent start here, so maybe he has gotten things back, headed in the right direction. It still looks like he's using urethane. I'm not positive that's what it is, but it sure looks like it. And Breck is off to a tough start in his match. He's got a strike and a couple of splits. Scott Douglas just crossed over for a 3-bagger. And his opponent has a couple of splits and an open. So he's gotten himself a quick early lead there. Ken gets 9. So he's got a strike, 9 spare, 9. Sean's getting up with a double.
Yeah, but they all did that. There was no like three different of it was nice. Glow in the dark ones.
And Greg Messenger gets the 10. Scott just went through the nose, leaves the 6-10. So it's 3-bagger. That's the end of it. Sean has 3 to start. Okay, so Breck, after starting with 2 opens, doubles. And his opponent hasn't taken advantage of his rough start, so Breck is in good shape.
My cheering section's got vodka in them. Cheering section's got vodka in them. Watch out. Let's go.
Sean and Ken still battling away. Sean has the front 3. Ken, some 9 spares in there. But neither one of them looks like they're lost. Sean trips the 9. 4-9 trips, so he's got a 4-bagger. Charles is not bowling a huge score. Scott crosses, leaves just the 5-pin. And Charles goes through the face for the 3-6-10. Let's see if Ken can get to the pocket here. And he does. That was solid by Ken. So he's staying in touch with Sean. Greg, solid in the pocket. He's got a 3-bagger now. He's trying to stay in touch with Scott. Scott converts the 5-pin, so he's clean through 5. And Luke carries, so he's got a double now. Sean has the 4-bagger. Oh, Dave just flagged a single pin. And Sean, 10 back again. So Sean Hornberger's got a 5-bagger to start. Okay, Ken is up. He's got to strike here. He's got to stay close. Greg is putting the pressure on Scott. Scott really needs to strike here. Ken went through the face. 6, 9, 10. Scott through the face. Left the 3-pin. He thought that was a good shot, it looked like. Braden gets a strike. Scott converts. And Ken converts. Breck's got a 3-bagger. He needs to throw 4 here. And he does. He's got 4 now. Okay, Sean Jacobs has a good run going, and he got himself a little bit closer to the top 5. So he needs to keep the strikes coming. And he does. He strikes again. That was solid. Scott Douglas is up. He's got 116 in the 5th with a spare up, but Greg's got a 4-bagger at it after a couple of opens. And through the nose again. Same shot, left the 610. See if Greg can throw yet another. Brown left a 10-pin. Greg, shot looks good, and it is flush. Luke gets the spare. Ken's getting up. Really needs to strike. Does not get it. Gets 6. That ball was very light. Okay, Sean's up now. Has the front 5. And he gets 6. He's got the front 6. Breck leaves a 4-pin, so his string stopped. Ken converts his spare. Sean Jacobs rings a 10. he is going to win his match. Sean Jacobs is. Okay, Greg is up. He's got a five bagger. And it's flush for 6. So Scott's in trouble in that one. He made a run toward the top, and now this one's going to hurt a little bit. Okay, Luke Brown, a little off balance. Gets him, trips the 7. Sean Jacobs with the spare. Okay, Sean is up. He has the front 6. Sean Hornberger with the front 6. Up in the 7th. And he gets it, so he has the front 7. And Ken gets a strike. So he's scoring okay. He's going at almost a 200 pace. But man, Sean Hornberger, front 7. Okay, Scott, big 4. So he's dead in the water in this match. Greg coming up with a 6-bagger. Misses left, leaves a 3-6-10. Sean gets 2. Breck gets a strike. So he's in control in his match, and he's going to put up a decent score. So that would help his cause. Okay, Luke Brown really needs to double here. Oh, and he rings a 10. Dave Martinez flags another single pin. Okay, Sean up in the 8th. And it's a 4-9. So his string ends at 7. Luke just flagged a 10 pin. So that gives him only 123 in the 7th. He's in trouble score-wise and in trouble in his match. Ken crosses over but carries. So that still leaves 230s available for him. Greg Thomas with another strike. So 235 possible for him. Best Scott can do is 199. Scott through the nose again. He cannot get the ball far enough right. Luke Brown, best he can shoot. It's 213. He gets the strike, so that leaves 213 alive for him. .218 possible for his opponent. Scott chops the 3 off the 3-6-10 for 177. Things are getting tough. Some people are hitting it and scoring, but man, there are a lot of ugly shots going down. Sean up in the 9th. 266 possible. Oh, gets one of them, just leaves the 4-pin. So 256 possible, picks this up. Ken, still 235 is what's possible. Braden's got a 201 possible. He goes off the sheet. His opponent still has a 219 possible. And he goes through the face. So 90s are all that are possible for Braden. Sean gets a strike, so he shoots 235. Sean Hornberger. See if he can convert 7-pin. Or the 4-pin, sorry. And he does. So he still has 256 possible. Ken has 235 possible. We're coming down to the end of these matches this round. As I've said before, when Bernie gets all the scores in, we'll take a look where everything stands. If you want to check the scores out, you can go to tournamentbowl.com. We'll see what Ken does here. He comes in very light, leaves a split. Leaves the 2-7. Luke leaves a split, the 4-5. And Ken misses it. So he has 177 through 9, so a possible 201. And Luke does not convert. So that gives him 151 through 9, possible 181. So that will not help his cause. We'll see what Breck can do here. And he gets another strike. So he still has 237 possible. So he is going to win his match. It's just a matter of how much. How much is he going to get? Most of the matches are completed. We will. Who scores when we get him? Breck gets another strike. So he'll be in the 230s. Luke strikes, so he still has 180s possible. Ken splits in the 10th. So even if he converts it, 1-9ers are all that are possible. This one is going to hurt a little bit. And Breck goes through the face, but gets a 9 count. So he's in the 230s. He'll win. So that'll be very helpful to his cause. We'll see what Sean does here. He strikes. So he still has 250s possible. He's in the 240s now. Luke strikes, so he can get to the 80s. Ken does not convert, so he's going to shoot 180 and lose. So he'll come back a little bit. All right, so when the scores get in, we'll take a look at where everything stands. We're getting down to it now. All right, so that ends round 10. Almost. we still have a couple of pairs finishing up, but that will do round 10 for us. So 4-11, and this is the last match play before the position round. 4-11 on 1 and 2. We have Nate versus Cricket, Corey versus Dave. 3 and 4, Jeremy versus Dustin, and Andy versus Evelyn. 5 and 6, Charles versus Keith Mager, and Derek versus Braden. 7 and 8, Daniel versus Greg, Chad versus John. 9 and 10. Sean Jacobs versus Lynn, Kyle versus Jace. 11 and 12, Scott versus Sean Hornberger. Tyler versus Jordan. 13 and 14, Luke versus Daniel. Craig versus Chris. 15 and 16, Ken versus Nolan. Anthony versus Keith Van Setten. 17 and 18, Jess versus Sean. Breck versus Stacy. 19 and 20, Lewis versus Dale. Felicia versus Marcus. 21 and 22, Dayton versus Jacob. Chad versus Joe. 23 and 24, KT versus Alf. And Josh versus Corey Clayton. So those are your matches for round 11. Once we get the scores in for 10, we'll take a look at where everything stands. Braden still, I believe, is using urethane. I really should go check that. But he's same ball, about the same area of the lane. That one was very light, left the 10 pin. Okay, we're getting scores in. All right, we have all of, oh, we still have 2 to start. Most of round 11 have started. Still 2 to go to start here, but most have started. So there will be a slight break after the end of this round while we get the position round set up for 12. Getting the scores to come in. Yeah, even with that loss, Breck's score was good enough to not really do any damage to him. And now we have all of round 11 is going. Sean starts with the spare. Braden also started with the spare. He's up in his second now. We're almost complete. And I think it looks like all the scores that are going to matter are in. Luke's is not in, but he did not help himself with that last. With that last little bit, so I don't think his really will cause any consternation. So right now, top 5, we have Josh, Ken, Breck, Sean Hornberger, and Charles. That is your top 5. 6 through 10 is Lewis, Braden, Felicia, Dayton, and Jordan. The 6th place bowler, Lewis, is just over 50 pins behind. Oh, sorry, scratch that. Is 47 pins, about 50 pins behind Charles. Braden is 50 pins behind Charles. The 10th place bowler, Jordan, is over 100 back. So with 2 to go, it's a pretty tall task for anyone, I would say, out of the top 7 or 8 to get there. We're going to have to see some low games out of some of the people that are the contenders for those to get there. Josh is 200, almost 200 ahead of 5th place. He is more than 200 ahead of 6th. So I would say he is in. It would be disastrous for him to be out. Breck is 100 ahead of 6th place. So he should be able to withstand for 2. Ken is almost 100 ahead. So those 3 are pretty safe. It's down to Sean, Charles, Lewis, Braden, and Felicia. I think those 5 are going to be fighting it out for the last 2 spots. So we'll see what happens here. And Braden is not carrying near as well as he was. A lot of these bowlers right now are in areas of the house I've really a lot of difficulty in seeing. They're at the far end of the house, and it's not something I really can see. Ken's got a strike split. A lot of lofting going on right now. Very clean equipment being used. Charles with a strike. So he's got a double. He went spare, strike, strike. So he's got himself off to a good start. Ken is still searching a little bit. Breck is off to a great start this match. So he's doing what he needs to do. Ken missed the single pin. So that's a little bit of trouble for him. lot of shots going through the face. A lot of Brooklyns. And we'll see what Braden does here. He is off to not a great start. See if he can convert this spare. And he does. But he's not off to a great start. No strikes. Let's see what Ken does on his first ball. A lot of loft. And he strikes. Let's see what Breck does. He's shooting at a spare, and he does get it. So he starts with the first 3, then 9 spares. So he's off to a great start in round 11. Got Lewis coming up, but I cannot see his score. And misses the head pin. What I'm seeing though, what I can see of it, it doesn't look like he's doing anything real special. Another shot, Brooklyn. A lot of shots going left. Spares converted. Okay, Luke's coming up. He really needs to get something going. He's just fading. Braden also is fading. That went through the nose. Leaves a couple. He cannot find the range at the moment. Sean has got a double. Luke gets a strike, much needed for him. Breck gets a strike, so he is off to a great start. Sean goes through the face, leaves a 3-6-10 on a double. Braden converts his spare. And we'll see what Ken can do. He has not been sharp this game. He did strike on the last ball. He used quite a bit of loft. And he goes through the nose, leaves just the 3-pin. And Lewis went through the nose, left the 3-6. So we're about halfway through. some of the matches are more than halfway. The match on 1 and 2 is almost complete. Here we have, see if Lewis can convert this spare. We've got Luke coming up. He does have a strike. He needs to start putting a string together. I'm not sure how possible that is on this condition. Okay, we have Braden getting up also. We'll see what Luke can do, see if he can strike. He does need to start putting them together. Huge amount of loft, and he strikes, so he doubles. That's what he needed to do, give himself a chance. Okay, Sean is up now on 11. I cannot see Felicia's score. Looks like she may have a string of strikes. Yes, she's got a double or a 3-bagger and got 9 there, so she's helping her score. Sean just was very light. All right, we'll see if Sean can convert this spare. And he does. Okay, Breck is up. He has a great game going. Let's see if he can continue that. Oh, he goes through the face. Leaves the 6-7-10. He is in control of that match. Ken converts his spare. And Ken's in a tight one. And Nolan has got a double up, so Ken is in a little bit of a tight one there. Charles Wilkins got a string going on 5 and 6, so he's solidifying his position. And there is not much of that happening out here right now. Okay, Luke's getting up with a double. Absolutely needs another strike. Okay, 1 and 2 is finished. Luke just rung a 10, threw a great shot. So not helpful for him. We have Ken and Nolan getting up in their match. Ken really needs a strike here. Sean with a strike, and he has changed balls again. Ken, not as much loft that time. A little light, leaves a 2-pin. Luke picks up his spare. Breck gets a strike. So after that split, comes back with a strike. He is in a little trouble in his match right now. Nolan gets a strike. So Ken is in trouble in his match. God damn it. And it looks like Ken is going to lose to Nolan. Nolan's got him in a pretty deep hole. And Lewis is still struggling a little. Okay, 23 and 24, they are finished up. Sean is coming up on lane 11. Luke gets another strike. Nolan is up with a 3-bagger going in his match against Ken. So Luke can go off the sheet for 215. He is in the lead. He's got a slight lead in his match. Sean got his strike. Scott carries what was the, I'm not sure, maybe the 2-pin, whatever, that went over to 5-pin area. Could have been an 8-pin, I'm not sure what was headed over there, but it finally fell. Nolan converts his spare. All right, so we are wrapping up round 11, and there will be a slight break after this while we get things set for the position round. Charles is going to win his match, and it is going to be a good score. Starting to get those scores in. Matches that have been completed. And Luke goes a little high, does strike, absolutely had to have it. And he gets it. All right, Josh Link didn't have a huge game that time, but he had a substantial lead, so it shouldn't do too much damage. Okay, Luke Brown's up, first ball in the 10th, really has to strike here. Huge loft, and he does strike. Huge loft. All right, we are getting more matches finished. Okay, Breck is up. And he goes through the nose. Oh, knocks the 10 out, just leaves the 4-7. Okay, Luke has done what he needed to do at the end of this to get himself to deuce. And he is going to win, so will that be enough? Will that be enough?
Some guys sit longer than others.
Okay, Luke shoots 214 and wins, so that will move him up. That will move him up. How close will he get? Okay, Ken is going to lose. So no bonus pins for him. Sean Hornberger is going to win. So he will get bonus pins. We are wrapping up here. As we wrap this up, we will get things set for the match play, the position round. As we are wrapping up this last little bit here before the position round, again, I'd like to thank Harry Schaefer and Star Lanes for hosting this tournament. Great event, 35th annual. This year was a record-setting year, 309 entries, 48 to today. Just a great event. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen so far. sponsors for this event are Butte Auto, Storm Products, Century Gaming, Zip Beverage, Alley Cat Lanes, Paul and Karen, Dane up there in Shoto, and McKinsey River Pizza. Great supporters of bowling here in Butte, Montana. Hey, those of you also that are looking to bowl some more scratch, Lucky Strike Lanes, April 27th and 28th, ladies scratch tournament. 2 p.m. shift is full, but 10 and 3 are available. Please contact Tim up there at Lucky Strike Lanes in Ronan to get your entry in. Also, May 4th and 5th up in Big Fork, the battle at Big Fork. Grizzly Lanes, Rhino Page, you can contact for that. Shifts at 9:30 and 3. Those are the last 2 scratch tournaments this season. Get in. Join in the fun. Also, thank you to Bernie Coons for tournamentbowl.com and to Tom Troskrey for setting up all the streaming here with 406 Streaming to be able to bring this to you. Like I said, there will be a short break as everything gets set up. As everything gets set up for match play. So once we wrap this all up, we'll get the position round set for you, and everything ready to go for the top 5. We'll take a look with who needs to do what. Who needs to do what to get to that top 5. Okay, so we'll take a short break. Be back for the position round.
All right, just give us a few minutes here, and we will get you guys back on the lane for a position round. Starting pair will be on 13 and 14, and then moving to the right.
I did. No, I don't know. This one's okay. This is my push off. It can be sticky. It's my push off. Okay. I had just had buck 60. That's not. I actually feel pretty good. No, and actually I have it pretty early. If you run into a bad pair, then yeah, they're all like OU right now.
All right, so your top 5 at this point going to the position round is Josh, Breck, Charles, Sean, and Ken. Just out of the top 5, Felicia. She's out by 38. Dayton's out by 82. So Dayton and Lewis, who's out by 99, they have a lot of work to do. Realistically, it's going to be tough for Dayton to get in, or for Lewis. So your position round, I don't know what lanes they're starting on yet, but the position round will be Josh versus Breck, Charles versus Sean, Ken versus Felicia, Dayton versus Lewis. And then after that, it's unrealistic. I just was, beyond something bizarre happening. So again, thank all of you for joining us on 406 Streaming today. Thank you to Tom Croskery for streaming this. Thank you to Harry Schaefer for running the tournament here at Star Lanes in Butte, Montana. The sun is out and the snow is melting, and it's become spring again for a moment. Thanks to the sponsors, Butte Auto, Storm Products, Century Gaming, Zip Beverage, Alley Cat Lanes and Shoto, Star Lanes and McKinsey River Pizza. 35th annual record setting. It's been a great day. So we have one position round to go, then we will cut to the top 5 and we will have the step ladder. So I will join you again at that point. Thank you all.
Find your slug.
They said it's MIA, so I get drill. I get to drill a new one when I get.
Did they pull? They didn't pull?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, is it bruised yet?
Oh yeah, it's starting to bruise.
Oh my God.
It's starting to bruise and everything. It's still mega swollen too.
Yeah, I can tell.
Shut up. Step over the ball and turn my fucking hip go one way.
All right, we're gonna get ready to go here. Your current leader, starting on lane 13, Josh Link. Second place, Brett Strobel, lane 14. Lane 13, third place, Charles Wilkin. Lane 14 in fourth place is Sean Hornberger. Lane 15, 1, 16, 1, Felicia. 16, 1, Felicia. 15-3, 16-3, Lewis. 16-3, Lewis. Anthony Skid. 17-1, 1, Brady. 18-1,
All right, so we are starting with the top on 13 and 14. So on 13 and 14, you will have Josh versus Breck, Charles versus Sean. On 15 and 16, you will have Ken versus Felicia and Dayton versus Lewis. So those two pairs, 13 and 14, 15 and 16, really the top 5 is going to come from those two pairs. I can't imagine that anybody else below that will be able to sneak in. It's going to have to be them putting up an outstanding game in combination with someone below struggling a little bit.
One is Corey Clayton. 1 is Corey Clayton. Is Kyle Crum. 2-1, 1-3, Kyle Crum. 1-3, Marcus Dawson. 2-3, Marcus Dawson. 3-1, Chad Hauser. 4-1, Daniel Skinny. 3-3, Andy Kenny. 4-3, Dave Martin. 5-3, 6-1,
So for Felicia, she really needs to defeat Ken by 10, basically. Beat Ken by 10, and that gets her there. And lose to Dayton by no more than 50. You know, that would get Felicia in there.
So we're going to come on, get 2 balls, and then we will get going for this last match.
So it's not really. I see it as being the top 5 is going to be Josh, Breck, Charles, Sean, Ken, Felicia. 5 of those 6. Dayton, Lewis, Anthony, I don't think have realistic chances of getting there. There's just too much separation with one game of position round. Okay, there's a little bit of practice here. And then we will get started. Again, lanes 13, 14, 15, 16. That's where we're going to focus all the attention. See what we get. We'll see what we get for the day here. Okay, so lanes 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so the match between Felicia and Ken, that's the big one. That is on 15 and 16. I think Josh, Breck, Sean, and Charles I think they're playing for seeding, basically. Again, barring something just disastrous out of one of them. The top 5, the play is really between Felicia and Ken. All right, so again, thank you all for joining today. I hope you've enjoyed it. We're getting into the home stretch. 1 position round, then this top 5. We'll see what we get. And it looks like we are about finished with practice. I had a brief conversation with a few of the bowlers in the break, and what I've been told is the fronts today held up much better than they did in qualifying yesterday, so that it didn't get as crazy. The shot did not get as difficult today as it was yesterday, so that's a plus. That will make for much better play here in this position round and in the top 5 if we have something out there that people can work with.
All right, we're going. All right, it's going.
All right, so we are getting started with the position round. I'm not going to track so much what the order of the top 5 will be as we go through this. I'm going to track more who is in and who is out as far as the top 5 goes. So, Ken is going to open it up. And he goes high, leaves the 6-10. Josh, flat 10, and he's playing 6th arrow pretty much. Breck is not quite as deep as Josh. He leaves a 7-pin. Ken converts a spare, so he starts with the mark. His match with Felicia, Josh converts a 10-pin. And now Felicia's up on 16. And she throws a strike to start. So early advantage, Felicia over Ken. She is going to have to beat him by 10, 9 really, but by 10 to surpass him. Breck spares. Josh and Breck all even through 1. Lewis very high. So Charles carries, starts with a strike. His match with Sean. Dayton gets a spare. So that for Lewis and Dayton, they really have to throw strikes. They need a big game to have a chance. Sean carries. So Sean and Charles both start with strikes. All right, we've got Felicia up in the second. Got Breck up in the second. Breck gets a strike. And Felicia doubles. She doubles to take the early advantage over Ken. Josh, lot of loft. Oh, had the 4-9 standing, tripped the 9 out. So he's just the 4. So early advantage Breck in that match. Ken, a lot of loft. And he does not carry. It's light, leaves the 2-pin. So Felicia with the early advantage. Sean with a strike, so he doubles to start. Yeah, so with these guys, with the top 4 doing what they're doing, and right now with what Ken and Felicia are doing against each other, Lewis and Dayton, they're not getting what they need to be able to move up. Ken converts the spare. Josh converts the spare. Lewis with a nice shot. It's been a long time since Lewis has been that sharp. He's had a tough back half of the day. And Charles with a strike, so he doubles. Dayton Light leaves a bucket. We have Josh up again. A lot of loft. That one did not make it out on the lane in the right place. On that spare, he only gets 3. So this Breck can double here to take a big advantage early in this match with Josh. Oh, and he hits the 10, just spins it around, does not take it down. Dayton does not convert. So we'll see if Josh can convert this after taking 3 off the left. least get a spare out of it. That was a better shot. He did make a ball change. That ball did not finish. So 7 out, 3 on the spare, 4 on the second shot, 7 out for Josh. Now Ken is up. Ken really needs to strike. He can't let Felicia get too far in front of him. A lot of loft again for Ken. Oh, that was a good shot. Stone 9. So another 9. Another 9 for him. Okay, Breck is up with the 10 pin, and he converts it. So early advantage in that match with Josh goes to Breck. And let's see what Felicia does. And it's another strike for Felicia. So she starts with a 3-bagger. Ken is in a little bit of difficulty now. He's going to have to start putting some strikes on the board to prevent Felicia from passing him. Got a little dead wood on 14. Get that taken out of the gutter on the 10-pin side. Now we're back up and running. Ken shooting at the 9-pin. And he converts. Now we've got Sean up on 14. And he goes high through the face, leaves the baby split. So Charles can take an advantage here. Oh, and he rings a 10. Good shot from Charles. We'll see if Sean can convert this baby split to not get too far behind. And Sean does convert it, so no real damage done there. And Charles converts, so he maintains a slight advantage over Sean. Dayton with an open, so nothing that's happening down there is really beneficial to them. Josh, a lot of loft, and he carries. All right, we have Ken up. He really has got to start striking here, or Felicia's going to run away with it. Breck with a strike. And Ken goes through the nose, leaves the 3-6. So Felicia can really put a stranglehold on this thing with a strike here. And nothing behind them is really happening. Charles just went wide of the head pin. And Felicia's balls away and leaves a 7-pin. So she is doing what she needs to do at this point. And Sean with a strike.
That sounds right.
And Charles converts the spare. Felicia converts, so she maintains her lead over Ken. We have Josh and Breck coming up. The other people behind are not doing anything really to make a huge run. Josh rings a 10. Quite a bit of loft now out of Josh. Not as much loft out of Breck. He goes high-low, leaves the 4-9 and trips the 9 out of it. Josh converts. And of all of the people not doing well in this position round, for the people that are on the outside looking in for the top 5, Josh not performing well really doesn't help them. His lead is substantial, so that's not exactly what they need to see. Ken has not been on the head pin. He needs to get there. Did not like the shot, and 2-8-10. He is in all kinds of trouble now. Felicia's been throwing the ball solidly. She's hit the pocket all 4 shots. Okay, Charles, dead solid, 10 back. So now, Felicia just went through the nose, left the 3-6-10. Okay, we'll see if Sean can double up here. He does not. He leaves the 4-7. So the advantage there now has swung a little bit to Charles. Although he trails, he does have the strike up. Ken has the open in the 5th and now trails Felicia significantly. Felicia chops it, so it gets Ken back in it. So she has a 23-pin lead right now. Halfway through the game, she does need to win by 9. Breck and Josh getting up. Breck had a split. Gets out of it with 8-1. So that'll allow Josh an opportunity to get back in it. Oh, and he hits the pocket. Does not, almost rolled the 5 forward. Had the 4-5 standing for a moment, but he can gain a little ground even so with a mark here. And we'll see what Sean can do. That was high, but it carried. Tripped the 4 forward. So that'll keep the pressure on Charles. Charles can double here, though, to take the lead. Felicia missed the head pin left. That's a big mistake from her. Now, Ken needs to get up here and throw a strike. Absolutely, we're getting too late. It's got to happen here. A lot of loft from Ken. And it's light. Leaves a bucket +1. So if Felicia can convert this, it will keep her lead. See what Charles does. Goes through the nose, leaves only the 6 pin. So Sean is still in control in that match. Felicia picks up that spare, converts it. So now there's a lot of pressure on Ken. This bucket +1 is imperative. And he converts it. So he is still 23 down with 4 to play. He has got to get within 8. And that's just for a tie. So really for him, realistically, 7 keeps him in that spot. He's got to get within 7. He cannot lose by more than that. And there's really not a lot happening behind the top 5. Josh, lot of loft, through the nose, leaves the 4-7. So he gets a little closer, but still, Breck is in control. Needs to throw a good shot here. And he does, leaves a 10 pin, soft 10. Yeah, Lewis has to win by a significant amount and shoot a huge game, and he's just not doing it right now. Okay, Breck for the 10 pin, and he converts it. Okay, Felicia's up. Through the nose, big 4. Okay, golden opportunity for Ken. Lot of loft. It did not carry, 4-7. So he inches a little closer. If he spares this, Felicia takes 2. He gets within the number. And Sean with the strike. So he's taking control of the match with Charles, but again, they are really in no danger. There's not enough happening behind them. Strike for Charles. And Ken converts the spare. So now Felicia gets 2, which she did. A strike for Ken will put him within 9. Josh gets 9. Breck gets 9. Gosh. So it is possible for Charles or Sean to pass Breck, depending on what happens at the end of this match. Charles with another strike. All right, Ken is up. This is a big shot. Felicia struck, so Ken needs to strike. He has to close down. He's got to beat her by at least a couple of pins in these last few frames. And he does. He crosses over and strikes. So he's still 9 behind. If they finish, if they are even out, he will lose. He will be out of the stepladder by 1. Breck really needs a strike here to solidify his number 2 position. And he carries, wrong side he carries. Don't see, again, I don't see any scores big enough behind the top 6 that's going to catapult them into that top 5. Josh leaves a pocket 7-10. Ninth frame, pocket 7-10.
No. But Sean can jump right. Depending on what their scores end up at the end and who wins that. Sean also has an outside chance depending on of jumping them both. His spare. That's 7-10 for Josh in the 9th was costly. It does leave an opening for Breck. So we have some interesting dynamics going on here. Finishing it up here. So I can convert this. It's possible 161. Breck making a good run. Okay, Felicia gets a strike. So Felicia has a 198 possible, and Ken still has 209 possible. All Ken has to do is win, and he defeats her. Or he just needs to lose by less than 9, less than 7. He has a chance to win. So Ken may be able to come back and keep his top 5 spot. Oh, a washout. That really, really hurts. Josh gets a 9 count. So Breck defeats Josh. That is not enough to overtake Josh. Josh is going to remain in first place. Sean gets a strike. There's a chance Sean could overtake Breck. Felicia, oh, she carries the 7. That is huge. Charles gets 8. Ken does not convert. So he shoots 173. So Felicia will jump him and get into the top 5. So Ken will be out of the top 5. So if Sean converts his spare, Sean is going to pass Breck. So your top 5 will end up being Josh, Sean, Breck, Charles, and Felicia, I believe. I cannot see the scores. I could be wrong. Now let's hold off on that. Felicia may not have enough. Dayton may have enough. I can't see the score. No, I don't think Dayton has enough to get there. However, what did Anthony shoot? I will be back in a moment. Yeah, I don't believe there's enough down there in either of those scores. Dayton was behind by 82. He did not shoot enough, I don't believe. So yes, I believe your top 5 will be Josh, Sean, Breck, Charles, and Felicia. All right, so we will be soon headed to the final matches. All right. We'll get things taken care of here. Yeah. John's in.
32nd.
He's not in yet.
Post up.
Brett, Sean, and Josh, you guys can go down on 3 and 4 and warm up.
See, I told you I had my eyes.
Oh yeah. Girl power.
The experts.
Alright, we're getting ready to start the step ladder. The first match will be Felicia against Charles. Charles is going to be using a motive triangle, most likely. And Felicia is most likely going to be using a summit peak. The winner of this match will take on Brett Strobel.
Ready?
Ready when you are.
Before we get to the final score, I just want to say one thing here. Please give Harry Schaefer and everybody in here a big applause for what they've done for the tournament.
And I do not have the best view of the lanes that they're doing the step ladder on. So I'll do the best I can to help you out with what I see happening. I have some constraints today. Alright, so Felicia will start the match. And she is still playing outside solid. She strikes to start the match.
noticed. I was like, film out your butt. Was your phone? And then I was like, wait, check it back.
Charles carries. 7 to standing, but it did carry. Let's see what he does on the left lane. He's been very consistent today through the transition through the burn. He's been very consistent. Felicia starting to get consistent at the end. Does not roll the 6. See if he can make that spare. All right, Felicia now up on the left lane. Crosses, does not care, leaves the 7 pin. She's thrown quality shots throughout the latter half of the matches. And she covers. So both players strike spare to start. All right, we'll see if she can throw a little bit better shot. Little light, oh, almost leaves the 7 pins. She needs to convert this, stay clean. And she does. No problem. No problem with the 10 pin. Charles hasn't really, the last 2 matches, hasn't really moved much. He's sort of found something there that seems to be working for him. And hasn't had to make many changes. And there's a strike that was solid, 10 back. All right, let's see if he can throw the first double of this match. Put himself out in front just a little bit. Yeah, these, both Charles and Felicia today weren't that impacted by the transition. Oh, and it does not carry. Good shot. He does have a slim lead. And he converts the spare. So both players clean. On the right lane. Last time on this lane, she didn't throw the greatest shot. First opening goes to Charles. I would like to help you with the ball reaction, but my vantage point doesn't allow me to really see what's happening with that. Okay, so the first opening goes to Charles. Let's see if Felicia can come back and throw a shot through into the pocket. Get back on track. That looks good, and it's a strike. So back on track. Now we'll see what Charles can do. See if he can take advantage of that open that Felicia gave him. Halfway through the match, Charles has a slight lead. Loft, light moves the bucket, so he does not take advantage of the opening that Felicia gave him, and he only leads by 11 halfway through this match. You know, one of the things that he talked about was that he wasn't lofting necessarily to put the ball farther down the lane to clear the heads. He was lofting more to make sure that he got around it and had something on the back end. And he converts that bucket. So an 11-pin lead over Felicia halfway through the match. Felicia will have an opportunity to pretty much erase that lead when she gets up. If she can double on that strike she has. Charles up on lane 15. Looks good, and it is good. So he throws a strike. Now Felicia can catch him with a strike here. See if she can execute a good shot. And it does carry. So she doubles. So now that match is all even. Now, strike here will put a little pressure on Charles. Not fall behind. And does not make it up. So that's 6 count on the double. These are still trailing. These are still trailing Charles. And she misses. Another open. And this one, if Charles can step up there and throw a couple of strikes, that will be a very, very, very costly open. A little bit high, leaves the 4-pin. Still with the spare here. To get back to a 10-pin lead. Or 20-pin lead, sorry. And he converts. So he has 116 in the 6th with a spare up in the 7th. She's got 116 in the 7th. Strike here will give him a 20-pin lead with 3 to play. Last time on this lane, he was solid. And that also is solid. And he is going to finish on the left lane, so that appears to be the lane that he really is solid on. And Felicia's almost in a must-strike position here. And that is fine. Needed that. Came through with the strike that she had to have. This is also, at this point in this match, the way things are going, this looks like a must strike as well. Again, she's using the Storm Summit Peak. Charles is using a Motive Primal. It was light. With a 7 count. So she converts this. 86 is the best she can shoot. Charles is going to the 196 pace. And he's finishing on the lane that seems to be a better lane for him. And she converts. So 186 is the best Felicia can shoot. Charles can still shoot 226. So if he can strike here, then coming up on his best lane to finish, it'll be all but over. Felicia needs some help. That looks like a good shot. Oh, soft 10. So if he converts this, he still can shoot 206 to Alicia's 186. So convert this, he can get up in the 10th and shut her out. And he misses it. He misses the 10 pin. So that gives him 164, 39, a possible 194. So he still needs to double. If he doubles, he shuts Felicia out. Anything short of that, she can get up in the 10th and beat him. Now he has been better on this left lane. But that was a costly, costly miss. That's a little left. Oh, and it carries. One more strike and he shuts her out. Striking 3, so that will eliminate it. Anything short of that, she can defeat him. Strike here is a winner. Anything short of that gives Felicia an opportunity. That's a little wide. Carries. That's it. That's a winner. He only needs 3 pins on this next ball, and it's over. So he just stays behind the line. Three pins is the winner. Just a matter of staying behind the line. And there it is. Charles wins. He will go on. He will go on to face Breck in the next match. And that match will be on, I believe, 17 and 18. So while we get set for that, I will take a break.
So bad, I'm like, the pace is just...
Congratulations, Felicia Wong, on your 5th place finish. You received $1,500 for first place. Next match will be on lanes 21 and 22. Charles Woodkin again will be on lanes 21 and 22. Charles Woodkin again. Breck Noble. 2 balls on each lane, please, guys.
sir. I think get me right in Brickman from. How are you? Good. I'm going to. But there isn't any in Brickman. Kelly, sophomore, junior, sophomore. I knew he was 16. That much I knew. Yeah, it's been a while since I was a sophomore. I'm not sure how old I was. Yeah.
All right, the next match will be Breck Strobel against Charles Wilkins, and it is on 21 and 22. And I have no look at that pair. I am a long ways away from that. Charles will still be using the Primal. Breck said that he is going to choose between a Xana Fate, an Absolute, and a Venom Shock. It will probably be one of those four. I may take a look just before they start to kind of figure out what they're using, but that's the idea. A few practice shots, and then we will be set to go. Breck against Charles.
He may laugh. Because you know more than I do. He may laugh.
Skilly.
He said he's going to go kill his friend.
He ain't going possible.
All right, here we go. In the next match, just a little light. It looks like Breck has chosen the Fate in this match. And he starts it off. So this is a same sequence as the previous match. Felicia went first, Charles went second. Here Breck is going first and Charles is going second. And he does not convert. Breck misses the spare. So immediately he gives Charles an opening out of the gate. Yeah, we'll see what Charles can do here. And 10 back. Yeah, we'll see if Charles can double up here. And he leaves a 10 pin. So flat 10 for Charles. But strong start with Breck missing that spare. We'll see if Charles can convert this time. He did flag that spare at the end of the last game, but gave Felicia an opportunity. And he does not. He has an open, so he gives the favor back to Breck. All right, so we will see what Breck can do here in the second frame. And he carries. Not the greatest shot in the world, but a strike is a strike. So Charles open in the second frame gives Breck an opportunity here to make up for his mistake in the first. And he does not carry. All right, we'll see if Breck can clean this up. Got a spare here in the third. And he does. So after opening the first, he comes back. All right, Ken Charles, strike. All right, things are looking a little bit tougher down on 21 and 22. All right, needs a mark. Oh, and he just converts it. But it is a mark. So this match remains tight.
Military just got there.
And it's a strike. So we're going a little back and forth here. Got a nice match going. We'll see if Brett can match that strike. Oh, through the face. Through the face, big split. Not a good opportunity for a conversion here. So Charles is going to take a bit of a lead. Oh, that was a run. He made a run at it. Almost bounced it out to get the 10. All right, we'll see if he can bounce back here on the left lane and get a strike. And he has changed balls. He made a ball change. It looks like the ball he just threw there was a Zen. That was one that he said was going to be in his arsenal for this match. And it looks like he did go from the Zen. He started with the Fate and has made a change. All right, now we have Charles up. Charles is still using that primal. I know that he did bring a Crimson down there, but he's still using that primal. There he goes with a strike. So that double gives him a 20-pin lead, more or less halfway through this match. The winner of this match will take on Sean. I don't know all of this if I'm Sean or Josh, all the sitting you have to do before you have to get up and bowl after yesterday and the 12 games today. I don't know about that. Not the easiest thing to do. Oh, and he does not strike. So he had an opportunity to really put some pressure on Breck there, and didn't quite take full advantage of it. He does have the lead, but Breck can make some inroads now without that strike. Oh, and he does not convert. He does not convert the spare. So he lets Breck right back in the match. So we'll see if Breck can double up here. Yeah, that chop was devastating for Charles. Gives him 104 in the sixth. Oh, week 10. Week 10 for Breck. I'm not sure what he's using. It looks like he went back to the Fate on that particular shot. Again, my vantage point here, it's not the best, but I think he did throw the fate on that. I think on the left lane, the shot before, I think he threw a Zen. And he gets the conversion. And it looks like, I believe he did pick up the Zen on the left lane. So it looks like he's using a Zen on the left lane and a fate on the right. And it carries. So he gets within 10. Gets within 10 of Charles. With 4 to play. So we'll see if Charles can respond here with a strike. And he does. So a double here will put the pressure on Breck. Can't lose any more ground. Not a lot to play. That Zen seems to be working for him on the left lane. He's got strikes both times with that ball. It'll be interesting to see if he decides that's the ball he's going to use on the right lane. And it's away, a lot of loft. Does not get the strike. Leaves the 3-9. Not the easiest spare in this situation. Okay, let's see if he can make this conversion. And he does not. So now they're turning over control to Breck, and he does have the fate in his hands.
Thanks, buddy.
So we'll see if he can double. And it does not carry. He hasn't had very good luck with the fade on that right lane. The Zen has been working for him on the left lane, but the right lane has not been his friend. And he is going to have to finish there. So he's going to need to figure something out. That is his last last shot on that lane before the 10th. And he converts to spare. So, with a strike, he can get within 7. Strike to get within 7 with 2 to play. And he does strike. So the Zen is working on the left lane. Gives himself another strike. So that gives him a possible 195. Charles does not strike. So Breck is in position where he can come back and win this match. Charles cannot shut him out. With a conversion here, the best Charles can do is shoot 182. And Breck still has a 195 possible. And he converts. So now Charles is on his good lane. He can go off the sheet for 182. He really needs to do that. So he can force Breck to strike the first ball in the 10th on a lane that he hasn't been successful on. He needs to execute now. Absolutely has to have a strike here. And he gets it. Absolutely had to do that. So he still has 182 possible. Without a strike, he shoots 172. And that does not force Breck to strike on the first ball. So he has to get this second one as well to force that strike. Okay, big shot here. Big shot for Charles. And he strikes. So that will force Breck to get the first one.
One more. Let's go.
And 9 out. So he did what he had to do. The first two were the important shots. Now Breck has to get up and throw a strike. Without a strike, the best Breck can shoot is 175. So he has to strike on his first ball. He has not had success on this lane. He is still using the fade, so same ball. He hasn't made any change there. This must strike. And it does not. So Charles will win this match, and he will move on to face Sean. And this will be the third time today that Sean and Charles have faced each other. They faced each other the first game out of the blocks today. They faced each other in the position round, and they are going to face each other in the step ladder. Breck does convert that, but it isn't going to matter. Yeah, he just never found that lane. He just never found that lane. So now it's going to be Sean against Charles. I believe. So they'll move to 19 and 20. We'll be back with you in a moment.
No.
If that's what it takes to get over the I have 3 shots. There's a shot for a strike, there's a shot for a left.
I am throwing
All right, we are getting ready for the next to last stepladder match. It'll be Charles Wilkins against John Hornberger. Charles is still using that Motive Primal. He does have the Crimson Jackal on the rack, so he may switch to that. Sean will be using either an IQ Ruby or a Sublime. So far, first 2 matches have come down to the 10th. Hopefully this will be the same. I have a little bit better view on this pair than I did the previous pair. Hope you've enjoyed the bowling today. We've seen some pretty close matches. It's nice when it goes that way. It'll be interesting to see in the championship match what happens. Josh Link has been in control of this tournament from the beginning. And we're just finishing up practice here, about ready to get going. Again, thank you to everyone out there watching the stream today. Tom always asks that people subscribe if you haven't. He's trying to get to 500 subscribers. So if you can encourage your bowling friends out there to subscribe, that would be great. Tournaments coming up. There is a ladies scratch tournament in Ronan, Montana on April 27th and 28th. There's still availability, shift availability. The 2 p.m. shift is full, but the morning and evening shifts still have availability. Get signed up for that. And in Big Fork, Battle at Big Fork. Grizzly Lanes, Rhino Page, May 4th and 5th. 2 shifts, 1 in the morning, 1 in the late afternoon. Give them a call to get signed up for that. All right, we are getting started here. This match, Charles will start. Unlike the first 2 he was involved in. Oh, my mistake. We are still on practice, I believe. I thought we were starting. Seems to be a little confusion. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Okay, now we're ready to start. So that ended up being a practice ball, I guess. And now we are live. So we'll see if Charles can improve on that 9 count. And he does. He strikes to start the match. So now Sean's up. And it looks like the ball that he's chosen to use here is the IQ Ruby. And Charles is still in that primal, that motive primal that he started the stepladder with. Oh, and he does not trip the 10. So we'll see if we can start with a conversion. Spare shooting today has been a little hit or miss. He converts. Not specifically to Charles or Sean, but just in general, the bowlers today have been a little hit or miss on spare shooting. All right, we'll see what Sean can do in this. Oh, leaves the 4-pin. So 2 good shots, 2 9-pin counts. Hopefully he'll be able to get another conversion here and stay clean. And he converts. So now it's back to Charles. Can he take an early lead by putting up a double here? All right, here we go. Charles is ready. And he strikes, so he does get the double. So he takes an early lead in this match. That's been kind of the MO of the first 2 matches, where someone takes a lead, looks like they're going to extend, and then makes a mistake and lets the other person in. So will this follow, or will Charles be able to take control and hold it? Okay, frame 3. Got the first 2. Extend the string. And it is. Nice. So starts with the 3-bagger. So there's a little bit of pressure on Sean to answer. Doesn't want to get too far behind. A lot of match left, but he could use an answer right now. And it's light. So he does not answer. Gets a 7 count. See if he can stay clean here. I mean, that's just that amount of time sitting and waiting. And he does convert. That amount of time sitting and waiting, man, that's a tough thing to do. Even though you have lanes to practice on, you can throw some shots while you're waiting. It's just not the same. And when you have to come back out after 45 minutes, an hour, whatever, and execute, it is difficult. So there's usually a little bit of an advantage to that bowler that bowls in the first match of the step ladder that can just keep moving their way up. They've had an opportunity to just keep bowling. And there we go. Sean gets a strike. So now we'll see if Charles can keep it going, or is he going to slow down a bit? Oh, and he rings a 10. So another good shot. He seems to be pretty well lined up on 19 and 20. So he could be a tough out in this match. We'll see now that Sean has thrown his first strike in this match, if he can continue and put some pressure on Charles. Okay, and Charles converts the 10 pin, so he is clean through 4. All right, now can Charles throw another good shot? Throw it in the pocket. Stay clean. It's going to make Sean's job a little more difficult if he doesn't give him an opening, that early lead. And there he goes. 4 out of the first 5. Okay, so let's see if Sean can get up there and double now. This is an important shot. Got a double here. Without it, you start to really fall behind. Oh, right through the face. Yeah, Sean's struggling just a little bit right now. We'll see when he moves over to the left lane if he can strike, if he at least has that lane. Gets the spare. But we're getting Charles out to a bit of a lead. He can't let him get much farther ahead. And it misses the head pin right. So he is not comfortable. And he does cost himself a little count there. So he has halfway through this match. He has a hole. But he does convert. I mean, that's a must-have. So Charles can extend his lead to 30 with a strike here. That'll be the biggest lead we've seen at any time in any of these matches today if he can do that. And very good shot by Charles. So he is extending his lead to 30. So another strike here. Can start to put this a little bit out of reach. And again, throughout the second half, after lunch today, earlier too, but there were a lot of big scores being shot before lunch. But after lunch, when the scoring pace slowed down, Charles just stayed steady. And he's doing the same thing here. Hits the pocket, leaves a 10-pin. But he can convert to maintain a 30-pin lead. So, see if we can stay clean here. And he does not. So there's a mistake that has created close matches the first two. Someone has made a mistake that's brought everything back to the fore. So now a strike here, or even, a double by Sean, and things will have turned around a little bit. So still a possible 246 for Charles. And Sean gets a strike, so he takes advantage of the miss by Charles. Now he does need to keep striking. And we have a 230 still possible for Sean, but 240 possible for Charles. So he still is in control. But if Sean can double here, that will put a little bit of pressure on Charles. Bowling, just when you think, you're going to make some inroads, there you go. The bowling gods decide, no, we're not going to give you 10 on that. And so that non-strike keeps Charles still well in control. It does close up a little bit of the distance, but Charles is still in command. So 210 is what's possible by Sean right now. 240 still possible by Charles. There we go. Trip some stuff out. All right. Now let's see if he can double now and really start to put Sean in a position that he can't recover from. Oh, a washout. That ball did not make it up. So if he doesn't convert here, again, that allows Sean the opportunity to hang around. He does need at least to get 2 here. So you have to try to convert, but right now, count is your friend. Oh, and he converts it. That was a huge shot. Huge shot by Charles. All right, we'll see what Sean can do here. All right, what are you going to do here, Sean? And a washout for Sean. So he loses count. So even if he converts this 2-0 is the best he can shoot. Charles is at a 2-team pace. And he does not convert. He gets 3. So 187 is the best that Sean can shoot. So really this match is over. And Charles is going to win this match. So the championship will be Charles versus Josh. And again, Josh has controlled this tournament all weekend. All right, so we get this finished up. The championship match will be on 17 and 18. All right. So Charles has made his way up from the first match to the championship match. All right, wow. While we are waiting to get started in the championship match, again, thank you to the sponsors: Butte Auto, Storm Products, Century Gaming, Zip Beverage, Alley Cat Lanes, that's Paul and Kathy. Then Shoto, Star Lanes, McKinsey River Pizza. Thanks also to Harry Schaefer at Star Lanes for running this tournament. Thank you to Bernie Coons for Tournament Bowl. And thank you to Tom Croskery for 406 Streaming. Thank you to all of you for joining us today and watching some great bowling. Hopefully we will have a fantastic close championship match. Josh Link, Charles Wilkins. And we are about to bring the 35th Ring and 10 Scratch Classic here at Star Lane's to a close. One match to go in this long weekend. So I will be back shortly.
Winner of the third match, Charles Wilkins. Congratulations, Sean Herberger. Third place, Sean receives $2,500. Winner, this is the title match here between Josh Link and Charles Wilkins. Winner will receive $4,000. Second place is paying $3,000.
Holy crap.
Are you?
Excuse me.
He's not going anywhere, you know, Emmett. All right, sounds good, Justin.
Okay, we're getting ready to start the championship match. Charles is still using that Motive Primal. He does have the Crimson that he's carried along down there. Josh, he believes he's going to be using a Summit Peak, but he also has an Infinite Physics down there. So it will be one of those two. All right, and here we go. Championship match. Josh Link versus Charles Wilkins. Josh will start it off, and he is indeed using the Summit Peak. He has been in control of this tournament from the open of qualifying through the rounds today. See if it continues. And he carries. All right, we'll see if Charles can continue. that is light, leaves the bucket. So early advantage to Josh. And he converts the spare. Spare in the first. I think that shot surprised him. His reaction, it looked like he was surprised that that ball did not finish. Frame number 2. Oh, flat 10. He's had a little trouble at the 10 pin in the step ladder. He's missed twice. See if he can convert here. And it's solid. Solid conversion. Okay, Josh is up. And it looks like that's the infinite physics. So he is playing 2 different balls. Works. Gets a strike. So now back to the left lane. So it looks like he's using the summit peak on the left lane and the infinite physics on the right lane. Let's see. Yes, certainly. That's what he picked up again on the left, is that summit peak. So he's using a 2-ball strategy. And solid. 3-bagger. He's taking charge early in this match. He's doing to Charles a little bit of what Charles did. In his last match, just took charge early. And I think, I'm a little bit away, but I think that's the Crimson Jackal that motive, and not the Primal that Charles has now. And he gets a strike. So he's responded now, not letting Josh get too far ahead. Try and make this a close match. Right through the face, leaves a 3-6-10. So it's important that he convert this. Stay clean. And he does. So he is clean through 4, but he only has 1 strike. Josh has a 3-bagger. He is using that infinite physics on the right lane. See what he can do here. That. Crush. 4-bagger. If he throws another one here, it's really going to force Charles into a must-strike position. As I said earlier, Josh has been in control of this tournament from the beginning. You never know in these one-game matches what's going to happen, but it has been his tournament. All right, here we go. Summit Peak on the left lane. And he gets another, so he has a 5-bagger to start. Important shot here for Charles. Really, really needs to strike now. He can't let Josh get any more ahead. And he gets flat 10 and the 7 with. So that is really unfortunate, and that could be the nail in the coffin. And he doesn't convert, opens. So now he is in must strike mode. It's at this point you have to assume Josh is going to continue striking. This is strike or nothing mode. He's got to do what needs to be done to get the ball to the hole. And he strikes. Absolutely had to have that one. No chance without it. Josh strikes again. So he starts with the front 6. He's getting close to shutting Charles out. That was not a quality shot. So that leaves a crack in the door for Charles. But Charles has to strike. And he gets 3. So 9 out. Charles still must strike. He can't afford to just collect marks. Oh, and another flat 10. Another flat 10. Oh, we're all right. And Charles does convert that, but he is in a lot of difficulty right now. I mean, it's been in position really where all Josh is going to need to do is to mark out. And with each ball that doesn't strike, and there's a strike. And we'll see what Josh can do after his string stopped. And there's another started. So there is not much hope left for Charles. Charles has had a great day today. And there's another. So that is going to be it. Yep, that is it. Josh is going to win in the tournament. Again, thank all of you for joining us today. Hopefully you've had a good time. If you haven't subscribed, please do so. And hopefully you'll be tuning in again. Thank you.